At 6:06 p.m., this meeting of the Mountain View Wisdom School Board is called to order. We will begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We will now take a roll call of the trustees.
Bill Lambert.
Laura Berman.
Or Blakely.
Devin Conley. Let the record reflect that all 5 trustees are present. We will now move on to item 1C, approval of the agenda. Are there any questions or comments from trustees about the agenda? If you're a member of the public and you would like to comment on the agenda, you can approach the podium and submit a yellow speaker card, or raise your hand in Zoom, or press *9 on your phone. Seeing as there is no public comment at this time, is there a motion from trustees?
I move that we approve the agenda as presented.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. On a motion made by Trustee Blakely and seconded by Vice President Chang, the agenda was approved unanimously. We will now begin item 2, a study session on developing a greening index for the Mountain View Wisdom School District, with a presentation from Dr. Rudolph.
All right, good evening. I'm going to do the meeting from up here just because there'll be parts where we get up and interact. And I think it makes it a little bit easier for me to broadcast up here instead of sitting right next to you. So excuse the formality. Let me pull this up real quick. All right, so our goal today is to work together through this study session to develop a greening index. So a lot of our work today is actually going to be centered exactly on that. What are the metrics or what are the items that you want to include in the actual greening index that will allow you or allow Carducci and staff to go out and assess the schools. And then after that, the goal is for us to come back with an actual rating and then for the board to prioritize which areas are the most important. So today's work is going to get a little messy, but the whole intent of that is for you all to be clear about what items you want to be included in there. Hold on. Okay. So there's a couple important aspects of this, right? So there aren't that many greening indexes that exist, and I'm going to talk about that. But again, the most critical point is for you to determine what's the criteria you want us to use so that we can actually assess the school. So let's dive directly into this. I'm going to go through the actual presentation. Then I'm going to bring us back all the way to certain parts. And we do have members from Carducci and Associates here who can also answer some questions. We provided you with a lot of information. That information is actually pertinent for the second part, so you have time to sort of dive in and read it. That's really more for as you start to prioritize which things are important for you to understand what the impact is. So for instance, if the board was to say that living walls is one of the most important thing that we can do in order to green schools, right? There's a body of research that talks about plants on being indoors and the impact that it has, right? And that's one of the things that you want to use. If you say outdoor seating is a area that we want to prioritize because of the impact, then so be it. If you look at what UC did, the University of Cincinnati, right, they talked about LEED schools and energy efficiency, and then they built their research around it. So all of that body of research is really integral for the next phase of this. And you have a lot of time to sort of dive through it, but this right here is determining what are the metrics that we want to use for the actual index. So let me get mine. Fine. So just to take us back to why we're here. So the first one starts with the board resolution that occurred on January 26, 2023, which guides all of the work for not only the district, but also its advisory counter. And then we also presented the first iteration of the greening index on November 16th. So our goal today is really to determine what elements actually need to be included within the greening index. And we want to prioritize metrics that will create an objective approach that can be used to assess all sites' strengths and opportunities for growth. When we presented the first metric, what we realized is that the board felt like it wasn't as objective as it needed to be in order to adequately rank schools. So our goal here is to determine what metrics actually need to take place and for us to continue to refine it. And we've done some of the work to come back with some data points that were sort of asked. We can continue to refine those, but I think it's really critical for the board, for a majority of the board to identify what those metrics are and how you want them to be used. And then there was a conversation about whether or not that metric is actually weighted more than another metric. And I think that's really important too. There's a qualitative part and there's also a quantitative part. The work that was done beforehand was a lot more qualitative, was labor intensive in terms of going out, looking at sites, talking with individuals. But the LA Unified one, which I'll show in a couple minutes, was really focused on a quantitative metric. They used pure numbers and made an actual index that they would use to sort of guide their work. So just to go back this year to date, what we've done, we've had 2 meetings on this. There's obviously been the Environmental Sustainability Council meetings that have occurred throughout the year. And then if you look at the actual meeting with principals, the meetings with staff, as well as the community meetings, there's been a lot of input in determining what sort of matters or what's really important in terms of what green school looks like. In terms of and this is again the qualitative items that people would like to see or would like to prioritize at their individual sites. That work is going to be critically important because regardless of how we create this new greening index, that information is going to help inform the board to prioritize certain areas. And we do see that there are constant trends across all sites that everybody thinks that are really important that we should be focusing on. For instance, I think it is universal that regardless of the site that you're on, that the ability to have shaded areas is paramount to student success, right? And depending on the site, that heat or that sun index or whatever way we want to call it, or the lack of shade, has an adverse impact, right? So at Vargas, Stevenson, Castro, you get one effect. And at Randall's, Bob, and Amai, you get a completely different effect. And I think part of what I've understood the board's journey is to balance it. But it's also important for you to hear from the sites so that you understand that as you choose one, did the site choose that also? The other part that this qualitative assessment will help us is that for certain areas, it is possible that the board may say, well, we really want to focus on shaded areas. But at a school like at Amai, focus on adding more deciduous trees may not be as advantageous or as important as it is at a school like Vargas that has hardly any trees, right? And so what that will also allow us to do is it will allow us the ability to sort of tailor our approach at each given site based off of how the board wants to prioritize different areas. So this work isn't sort of tossed out. It will be used at a different point, and it's going to be fruitful and extremely important in helping us to move forward. So just to go back just real quick, when staff last presented the green index, it focused on 6 different areas: physical comfort, mental well-being, exploration and discovery, staff student experience, operations, and outdoor learning. And within those 6 areas, they created 10 different ways to assess those areas. This is one of those first areas that we noticed sort of a divergence of opinion, right? In one instance, the board said, well, wait a minute, it feels as if one area is weighted completely differently than another area. In this new greening index that you can create, you can choose to add qualitative elements like outdoor learning or physical comfort, along with something that's a quantitative item, which we will show in a couple minutes, in terms of shaded or shaded areas. So you can balance the two, because you can have a shaded area and it still not be comfortable. And that may matter to you if the priority is want to create spaces that kids can be outdoors to learn or to be comfortable when they do their play. So the first iteration was used as a formula of 6 strategic areas that had 10 scoring areas. It was based partly on the strategic plan intent on creating equity among sites. As I stated, it received a lukewarm reception by the Board of Trustees. And really that's centered around the concern about the weight of the category, right? And then also it opened up another conversation, which is the board and the community's perception of school size versus what teachers and staff say as usual. So let me give you a good example of this. A couple months ago, we had a conversation about Montaloma and how to strike the fence. At Montaloma, the teachers' view, whether the board and the community agree with it or not, the teachers' view that the usable area that they're going to have is anything on the inside of the fence versus the area that's on the outside. Now, it is possible and it's likely that that perception will change over time, but that's sort of where they are. Now, I want to use sort of the casuistry Jesuit way of problem solving for 1 second. And I want to talk about taking a similar example so that you can see the parallels. So another example of this, which I shared just a couple minutes ago, is to think about Bud. At Bud Elementary, there's a park that is right next door to the school. However, when the teachers talked about usable area, they do not include the park as part of the usable area because it is a park, it is not school grounds. They view the school grounds as anything on the inside of the fence. None of us have any issues with this interpretation of usable green space. Ideally, we would say you have access to a park, take your kids out there, it's safe to do it. However, or the teacher's interpretation is not questioned, so to speak, the same way that it was at Montaloma. This presents a unique opportunity for us to reset the conversation about what is and what isn't usable, and for the board to identify its expectation of what they believe is usable green space and how that should or should not be counted in the overall fabric of a school as it's being greened even more, right? And so you can level set with the schools so that everybody understands that if a park is directly adjacent or green space is directly adjacent, it should be included as part of the overall picture as opposed to just being viewed as out of bounds because it's on the other side of the fence. But that was a clear example of something that just came up that sort of, it sort of showed a difference in perceptions about what is and what isn't usable. Go ahead. You're more than welcome to ask a question.
But the park space at Bub, do we own that land? Or is
No,
that
no, we
city
don't
owned?
own the land. Right. But, and I think that's where the conversation about, but if you were to say to the staff, even though it's not owned by the school, it still is usable area. It's not a far stretch. And it's very similar to the same way, even though we own Montaloma, we said that we want the community to have access. The community has access to a park, but as Trustee Chang talked about, there's a park right next to his school that he uses on a regular basis, and it should be included. I'm just simply saying that as we take into account what greening space is, if there's a plot of land that's right next to a school, there is a question about whether or not it should be included as part of the larger greening picture, whether or not it is usable space or not. And another way of thinking of it is that the trails around schools could or could not be viewed as usable. It's up to the school site to understand or create a way to leverage the trails at any given time, right? And Landos is a good example of this. Landos has access to water features. It has access to trails in a larger park, right? And if you keep going, you can get to larger open spaces that are within 5 to 10 minutes of walking time. It's okay if the board feels that, well, that feature exists right outside of the school, it should be included as part of it. It's really, again, the whole purpose of this is for us to get clear about our definitions of what is usable and what isn't, but also what is green, how you're defining the actual green area around the site at any given point in time. So then we look at Los Angeles Unified, who also has a greening metrics. And they have 2 different metrics that they use. They have what is called a community-based need index that was created by the county parks department. And then they have a campus-specific score that was developed using a facilities condition assessment. When you look at this, right, they came up with a formula that takes into account all of those areas, and it created a weight. And then that weight is then translated into a green score. The board is more than welcome to create a similar formula if you so choose, right? Or to take elements of this one and sort of involve it in another. Then there's a study from University of Cincinnati that focused on 30 schools built from 2001 and 2006. And it measured energy savings compared to similar schools, right? And all of these schools were LEED schools that were designed that use estimates from architects to determine what the cost savings were and what the benefits. And then they rated schools based off of things like energy consumption, water consumption. They looked at attendance, and then eventually their research, their body of research goes into what were the impact, the educational impacts, did attendance go up as a result of having a LEED school, right? So it took a different approach to sort of create a greening index, and then they ranked the schools based off of the greenest schools also. There's also, I stumbled across a college index that takes into account how much space exists within a campus. And then it took into account its impact on the environment. And then it took into account its programs that they do to educate kids and at the college level, whether that was included. And it wrapped that up into a score, and it ranked schools as being environmentally safe. And so Stanford actually ranked #1 in that ranking based off of all the collegiate programs that they have, as well as all the green space that they own within the campus. And that's probably a pretty good assessment there. Yes.
I had a question of when we say Greenie Index in our district, what is the district staff's interpretation of, is Greenie meaning like physical green plants, or is it greening like green lifestyle? Because like they aren't always the same, right? Like when we look at the resolution that the board passed on environmental sustainability, there's 23 points to that resolution.
Right.
6 are about green plants, green fields. Of the 23, 6 of those, the rest of them, the majority are on carbon emissions and climate change. And, you know, 'cause I can have green lawns and that's not good for climate change. So is the district's interpretation that our green index is to reduce our carbon footprint, that part of the resolution? Or is it the focus, is the primary goal, the physical greening of campuses, the third portion of our resolution?
It's a great question. I think the index can encompass all of those items if the board wishes for them to. I think when we initially started this, it was simply on actual greening schools. So we looked at sort of how many trees were there, how much shade was there, the amount of green space versus hardscape, softscape versus hardscape. And we had a very narrow focus in that regard. But we can look at the energy consumption and use that also as a rating and figure that part out too. So I think that's in looking at these different iterations, right? So when you look at the UC variation, and then you look at the one that included Stanford, they took more of those items into play, especially the college one, to create an overall greening score. But it's up to board direction to determine how many variables you want to add within there. If you want to look at what water consumption is, then, you know, it will take us some time to figure out, looking at water bills and trying to parcel them out.
I don't know how much we want discussion along the way or later on.
You're more than welcome to keep on going. I can keep going and we can come back, but feel free to chime in anytime.
I think for me, there's a distinction between things that are immediately student facing that students are dealing with that are capital expenditures, and capital expenditures that are more about maintenance and operations and kind of like when we talk about the carbon sequestration, when we talk about the solar panels, when we talk about, I see those as a different type of facilities need, if that makes sense, versus I'm thinking for the green index in my head, I've been thinking more about what do students interact with every day? And we have all of this other work within the resolution around all of these other things that may be more standardized across the school sites that won't be differentiated as much, like, you know, when you're talking about energy consumption, like that, theoretically, in the long term, different energy consumption at school sites does impact students if we're consuming more energy than we need. But there's an immediate need that students perceive now that is about how they can access and use this space and how it works for everyone during the day.
That leads to another question for Dr. Rudolph, and maybe even the board is kind of us first understand what the difference between a score and an audit, right? Because like if you're seeking to green as like a one-stop, like a one big investment in green our campuses, you can do an audit on how green our campuses are, right? But when you do a score, it seems like you're trying to drive like continuous improvement and strive for students, staff, and all of us to improve operations on certain sites and look at why is one site better than the other, right? When I think of a score, I think it's performance driven. And so that's interesting. At least for me, I'm thinking as I hear this presentation, I'm looking forward to learning more about like what are things that we just need to audit and what are things that we're actually trying to create a green report card. So if we're trying to create a green report card, I think that things like energy usage, water usage, things that kids actually are the direct contributors to, right? Having that to see which schools are truly green in all essence, all shapes and forms, that's useful. Versus if we're talking about how to use our bond funding, then just a green audit of our shaded area.
The way LAUSD used this was basically an audit, but they called it a green index. And it was a way to prioritize where funding was going to go. So schools that have less access to green space outside of school and less access to green space on school get more funding immediately than other schools.
If we're following if we're following the LA Unified, that's a great question for the board. I think once you determine how you want to assess the schools, I think that will drive sort of the action. So let me give a good example of this. If we think about water reclamation, right, we can measure how much water runoff actually occurs at a given site. Now, the educational programs that come with how do we reuse water, how do we clean it, that's a totally different conversation. But if we assess water reclamation and we look at our schools as being lacking the actual like the process of doing it, and whether or not we're using gray water or anything else, the board can make determinations on how we can reclaim more water or reduce the amount of water runoff. That's one set. But then you can also prioritize how that water is used not only on this campus, but also from an educational standpoint. And you can, so then it's up to the district staff to make a determination that do we include water stewardship as part of the process? Do we find ways to teach lessons around that also so that kids understand why do we have rain barrels or why are we using gray water as part of the whole ecosystem so that we're creating better stewards? In my mind, I don't see this as an either or, right? I think the ultimate goal that the board was trying to drive to is to actually have both of those goals accomplished. We want us to be mindful of our impact on the environment. We want us to reduce our carbon footprint. We want us to create open spaces for kids to enjoy and get outside. And by having them outside at greater times, it will make them value their environment in a different way. And as they value their environment, the likelihood of them to be better stewards of the area is critically important.
So you're viewing it somewhat like Trustee Chang suggested as a way to sort of drive performance or drive improvement. And I'm sort of in my own mind having experience with like ISO 2000, kind of manufacturing metrics, seeing that where you are talking about continuous improvement, but you're using the metric then to find out where you are in that process.
Yeah, I think the metrics help to drive the actions, and the actions then eventually bleed down to the student's educational experience. And there's a lot of different ways that we could measure that. But and it should be measured on a continuous basis so that we can continue to improve, right? And look at other ways to do it. So like, if the board prioritized energy consumption, if this was 15 years ago, we would have used halogen light bulbs as the standard bearer, right? And we would have moved from incandescent to halogen, and we'd be like, oh, great, we've reduced our energy input by X amount, right? However, what we do know is that LED is a lot more efficient than those, right? And so then the school, as it reassessed, and Carducci actually recommended that we continually come back and reassess, as if we would have reassessed ourselves 5 years later and we noticed that LED came out, we would change the whole physical plant to move to LED because that's the greener option. Then the secondary conversation is, well, how do we use that to help our kids to understand why we have made these particular changes too? So I think there is something to be said about how we assess a site for how green it is, not just green in terms of the physical plant, but green in terms of its overall impact on the environment. And at the same time, how we leverage all that information to see how can we use this from an educational standpoint.
Here, earlier in your presentation, you mentioned Stanford as an example of, locally they have a greening score, and a request, I don't know if we can get it, get that score index into this current presentation or linked in our documents or for the next time this issue comes up, because I have it on my screen, and it is really useful to see that example, because the Stanford's, their green, what they call sustainability ratings, is 100% is climate change issues. I have it in front of me. It's targets on each department on energy, water usage, waste diversion, transportation how many staff members are commuting, are they purchasing from sustainable sources? So none of it is shade area, which I'm sure that they measure that in some of the different other kind of audit. But I think it's really important for the board and the district to leave this with a clear understanding of what are we seeking? Are we seeking to create, if we're inspired by our resolution, are we seeking to create a climate score that's going to inspire schools and departments and kids to change all this thing like what Stanford has? Because Stanford rates this on each of their departments on a continuous basis. Or are we seeking how to spend our bond money and just figure out who doesn't have trees? So I think that's something we definitely need to figure out, because I'm not certain.
I actually think we're doing both. So it's a climate change and green schoolyards resolution. And so when I think about the greening index, that's about green schoolyards. But for climate change, we have the sustainability task force that has so much depth and breadth in its knowledge. we could also have a sustainability report card. We could have a sustainability dashboard, a sustainability frame, like whatever we want to call it, that is similar to what Stanford's doing. But I think there's a whole green schoolyards movement that is what drove the resolution in the first place. And then our board really expanded on that. And so I think we have two things that we're doing, which is applying bond money to green schoolyards and trying to figure out how we want to aspire and move towards these greater climate responsive goals at the school sites, like water sequestration.
Okay. So there was some additional requests. So we asked Carducci and Associates to go through and to actually look at green space that exists within the school boundary. I also understand that there were some people, so I apologize, I misinterpreted, that also wanted it to be within a particular zone. We can definitely go back and look at that again, or distance to the school. But in this case, we just looked at green space, and for full disclosure, we wanted to show you, we created an illustrative example that applies to 2 of our schools. When we focus on boundaries, what we noticed was that 2 schools actually become heavily skewed to green space because of Shoreline Park that exists within its boundaries. And at least for Crittenden, it is a quarter of a mile away to get to the actual edge of the open space. And the only reason I know is because I sometimes win that trail. And so I know how long it takes for me to get over that bridge. And sometimes it's a painful journey, right? So that clearly skews how green Crittenden is. But if you go on Crittenden's campus, you will notice that its access to actual softscape is a lot lower. So we took Montaloma, which has a very similar boundary, and we divided it out into 2 parts. Actually, Carducci and Associates divided it out into 2 parts. They took it, if you include everything north of 101 and what the impact of that is, and then you exclude everything above 101 and you just look at the area that's within sort of the immediate walking boundary, which is a radius of about a mile, and looked at how that looked. And obviously you can see it went from 34 million to 750,000 square feet. And so that's a completely different framework that we just were trying to understand. The other challenge of this is, and I'll talk about this a little bit later, just we also have to keep in mind that LA County's park team was working on this at around the same time that LA Unified was actually doing their work. The city of Mountain View is currently undergoing an actual process, but they haven't finished it. And so the city, as well as the county, run some parks within the actual city. So their prioritization is actually a little bit outdated, and they have since brought new parks. They also call their communities a little bit different, but we wanted to just, because the board requested to see sort of what green space was accessible, we used the most recent update that they had to look at what this actually looks like.
So,
Yeah, go ahead.
ask a question. What is the purpose of looking at green space within school attendance areas rather than just the school site or properties adjacent to the school site?
It was a request of certain board members. And I think we interpreted the request as school boundaries. And I think it was for, maybe the interpretation was actually for it to be a little bit smaller. So we ran the numbers based off of the school boundaries so that you can see. Most of the school boundaries actually, most students reside within a mile of a school. I think the largest boundary is actually Bub, with the little triangle being a quarter of a mile outside. but almost all the boundaries are around a mile radius of the school boundaries. And so we just, even though Landos looks so big, it actually is a little bit around a mile from Landos too. So we just took it as, you know, we took it as, here's a way to look at the amount of park space that's available to a particular community within the attendance boundary zones.
I was gonna say, I live right at the very edge of the Landals. It's a 2 mile walk from the end all the way to Landals.
Okay, well, we have some, I know we ran these numbers before when we were looking at some school boundaries, and we reported it was a little bit less, but it's fine.
Don't want to get too much in the weeds, at least right now, but, you know, I think I can see the value of something like this as sort of addressing the question is, do students have access to walkable open space?
Right.
During after-school hours, okay? And I guess this is probably not the best way of doing it. In other words, you could generate, and hopefully the city will do this, is generate a walkability index.
Right.
Sort of along the lines that Palo Alto does for its schools, which.
I think for when we compared ourselves, or we compared it to the LA Unified one, they used the county park data to drive part of their index. And so this was the closest thing that we could do to recreate something that was similar to what the LA Unified Index did.
You know, on that line, Trustee Lambert, I wonder if it doesn't help us in this immediate moment, but as the city develops the park strategic plan, we could give feedback or request or ask that walkability to the school park sites, or do you know what I'm saying? Like, we could,
It's been done.
well, I mean, but publicly.
Will continue to be done, yeah.
Oh, the feedback, yes. So we can all give feedback to do that. So I wish we had that number already, but it's going to be another, you know, it's going to be at least a year before they finish that
Yeah,
strategic
right
plan.
now, they're targeting to finish it by the end of the year, but that's,
Yeah.
to be honest with you, that's extraordinarily aggressive.
Yeah.
But
So you don't have to use this data if you don't want, or you can choose to use this data as a data point, which is access to green space within a particular boundary. And how does that prioritize? So a school that doesn't have many parks within its actual boundary, does that impact the amount of resources that you want to put on a green space to prioritize whether it's trees or something else? So I guess maybe a better way of phrasing this is, does a highly dense area deserve to have a school that has more trees and green space because it's naturally lacking that within the school boundary? Or is that an obligation of another government agency? And this isn't something that we take on, or is it something that we just want to take into consideration that we'll use Castro and Mistral, right? There are not as many parks within that zone outside of the physical plants of the school. Does that change the way that you're going to approach something, right? And I'm just talking about here. So it's just a data point that you can use to determine a greening index that will eventually help you to set the priorities that you want to have at a particular campus. And if we looked at, so Vargas is a good example of this. There are now 3 parks within a quarter-of-a-mile range of Vargas. Does that, Pyramid, Checkwood, and another one. So do these 3 parks influence the access to open space and green space and trees and everything else? And so is the emphasis, which I'm not arguing that it isn't, is the prioritization of planting trees on that campus as important, knowing that there are 3 parks with a lot of trees right next door? Or maybe it is because it's a heat area. just a data point that you can use to assess or to audit or to index school that helps you determine what areas you should prioritize a little bit later.
Um, when we're looking at the community of like, which communities don't have, generally speaking, have a lot of green space. When the city, and it sounds like the city does this as well, has there been any history of the city saying that we will help pay for greening of school campuses, with this recognizing that under a joint use agreement after hours and on the summers, that's green space for the community, right? So has there been any history in the past, in the far past or present, of the city not just contributing to maintenance, but actually planting trees and green on school property? Or paying for, or offering to pay for it?
Not that I know of, and in my 9 years here. There was an instance when they cut down the privets at Montaloma that they offered to plant new trees. However, the joint use agreement actually states that that's our scope of work and it's not theirs. There's like a thing about trees and everything else, and so they sort of make a decision that that's our territory, not theirs. But as far as I know, now I will, in the city's defense, I will say that they do maintain the privets. They do go through and cut them down, but it's within the goal of making sure that the fields remain in a particular state. So they're doing it based off of what either general maintenance, right? So every couple of years they do it, or because community members have expressed some concerns about overgrowth.
Under our current JUA, for every extra tree we plant, is that every extra tree that they will help maintain?
I mean, they maintain them, yes.
So they're responsible for whatever trees I'm not responsible, but they'll help with the maintenance of whatever additional trees we plant.
You can join in. You have to come up to me.
In the joint use agreement, it's very clear that all trees are school district responsibility. So privets moving forward, the city has stated that they will not maintain them. I think there had been confusion because of different joint use agreements over time, where the city would take care of some trees or would trim some trees, but not others. So the joint use agreement, as it was presented to the school district, has the school district taking on the care of all trees.
All right. Ready, keep going? All right. So we're now up to, we've asked Carducci from a site analysis to look at the total space. And so they measured the sort of total space in any, Carly, you're more than welcome to come up and talk about this if you want. But so you sort of have an idea of what the softscape versus the lawn area is, and then the hardscape and the shaded areas. And if I'm correct, when we come to the shaded areas, the 4 areas that are right behind recognize how much overhang, like for shaded areas, it's 13% of the actual area. And of that 13%, 39% of it is overhang, 15% is structures, 31% deciduous canopy, and the 15% is evergreen. Okay. So it gives you an idea of when we define shaded space, you can break it out into different areas. And again, this is a piece of data that you can leverage to say, we really want every school to be, and obviously you can see Jose Antonio Vargas Elementary School had 0%. Obviously this will get changed once we finish there. But you could say like, well, standard operating practice moving forward is that 30% of the school has a deciduous canopy moving forward, or a combination of 30% of evergreen and deciduous canopy. And that's how we want it. And that becomes part of the standard operating practice that we can move forward. It is just an easy way to sort of quantify the types of shade structures that you want. And then again, you can look at softscape and hardscape or shaded space and play with the numbers whichever way. But it's so if you are prioritizing shaded areas because you want kids to go outside and be comfortable, this is an easy way that you can add a quantitative metric into the greening index that allows you to make some determinations about where schools fall.
I know at the November discussion of this, I asked if there was a per pupil number that could be added here. And I'll just give an example. So Crittenden has 576 students, but if you put Mistral and Castro together, and this is based on our October enrollment numbers, there are 631 students at Castro and Mistral. There are almost 50 more students at Castro and Mistral than at Crittenden on a much smaller location.
Right. So we could, as part of the greening index that you want to use, we could add the amount of shaded space or hardscape. And then the second number would be based off of the number of students that have access to it. And you could create a metric that way to sort of rank the schools, if that's what the board chooses. That is possible. You would just need to know that that will be a snapshot in time based on, or we can look at the average. So this is where the board determining what the metric is going to be really important, because you can say, oh, the average attendance of the school site over the last 3 years is a number that we want to use so that we have a sort of per student, per shaded area metric. It is a possibility.
I agree that that's important to look at.
I have a question. You mentioned it a couple of times. Is wanting to bring all of the schools, using the index so all the schools and ranking them are basically made the same. And I mean, as we all know, all of our schools are very different.
Right.
And the spaces lend themselves to different uses.
Correct.
And different opportunities as well. So I don't see, and this is great numbers. You got to get the numbers out there, but yeah, tree canopy is good, but it's also, is it useful, right? Are we shading kids during lunch hour? Or are we just have a corner of the campus with a lot of shade that nobody really uses? So, so I guess I'm actually, there's some component of function here. And I really would not be looking to use this index to make all the schools the same, because that's just because they're all different in so many different ways already.
Correct. And it's almost impossible to pull this off, right? So if you look at the lawn area, Vargas has 0. It will remain 0 unless you decide to rip up the turf field. But you could look at 2 schools for shaded space, and you can compare Bub to Amai, which are on similar footprints. And they are sort of similar in nature, the way that the schools were designed. And yet, for shaded space, Bub has 30%, whereas Amai has 13%.
Raises sort of an interesting question that I think about a lot too, as we talk about park space, right? And well, one piece of park is not the same as another piece of park, right? How are they used? One's small, it has a tot lot. One has a big field, as a baseball diamond or something. So it's the function of the spaces, and how they are used, as well as all of this. These other metrics. So I'm not,
Yeah, so the idea isn't so that every school is equal in terms of lawn area, hardscape, softscape, all those things. The idea here is that you have a picture of how schools stack up based off of a metric, and you prioritize either district-wide or at a particular school, that these are the things that actually need to take place. And so I do think it's worthwhile, while we don't know what type of shaded structure is important, it is important to create shaded structures at Vargas, which hardly has any. I think at Stevenson, which is on a 17-acre campus, when we look at the amount of deciduous canopy, it has 15%. It is possible that we can add more but it may not be functionally within the actual school grounds because we have a solar array there. But it doesn't mean that we can't add it to the outskirts of the community so that there are little pockets or sort of areas. And I think this goes back to what Vince and Carly spoke about originally, which is when we were looking at Montaloma, that you could create these little pocket forests that kids can go into and sort of explore, similar to what we see at Therakov. That doesn't have to be in the middle of the campus, but it could be a feature that exists somewhere within the school grounds. So I think there's just possibilities that exist, but you're right. There's no way these schools are ever going to look exactly the same. Even two schools that are designed almost similarly do not come out with the exact same rating. And that's just because of all these other factors that come into play.
This is super squishy, but I think I'd like to see some kind of a factor of like welcoming environment, like aesthetically pleasing. And the part like I'm thinking of Theokoff and Montaloma that have those lovely garden spaces on the inside, but I don't really think those are very usable by the kids. Like they see them, so they appreciate that they're there, but the playgrounds are pretty bare. And I think the playground piece is important, but I really think the playground is important. I also think just the entrance, like it's Stevenson here, it's also a hot mess outside by the parking lot. I just went by Vargas today. I love the oak trees. They're 20 feet tall, but they're small, but they're gonna get bigger, but they're big. And it just like, it just changes the vibe of entering the campus. So I just wanted to interject that. I don't know how we factor that in the conversation, but I think we need to look into that further.
I'm wondering if you're going to comment on the shade composition. Okay.
So I think one thing that might be important is to back up what was presented in what Carly and Emma presented in November was something that we generally call within Cartucci, it is labeled as the greening metric. And then there's this, which was the 6 categories of sort of general objectives across the sites broken into the 10 individual sort of things, programmatic elements or functions or characteristics of the site in each of those 6 categories. And then there's this, what we're talking about more focused on today, which is the green index, which was something that was developed kind of in parallel with that, which is really a quantitative analysis of just bare bones things that you're seeing on the school, which don't speak to what you're talking about, what functions, the quality of the spaces, the kids' experiences, the teachers, opportunities that are present on the campus. So the greening index is something to sort of give you a broad strokes understanding of what's there. But the greening metric, which is those specific objectives, which were developed as a result of years of experience designing schools, talking to the principals, walking each one of the sites, meeting with the staffs, meeting with the special needs staff in the district, is really more about what you're talking about, which is like what's happening at the school, what are the opportunities, where are they actually using? Exactly what you said at Therakov. They have this fantastic green space in the middle, but it's not usable because there's no seating. It's not accessible from an ADA standpoint. So, the green metric helps us understand really what's happening there. And that these 2 documents and these 2 measures working together allow us to be like, okay, what are the priorities? Maybe the priorities are based on these numbers. Maybe the priorities are, it's up to you. I know this is a conversation we're having, but however you want to set the priorities for the schools. But then when we have these conversations with the staff, or when we as designers propose the improvements in this first round that's the bond is funding, it's like, well, what do the teachers want to see happening here? What do the kids want to have happen? Why are those things not happening now? Is it just putting a bench in a shaded area so that it becomes usable because it's not really usable because there's nothing to do? And how does that help us as designers make decisions about the priorities? How do we reach the programmatic priorities that you all are going to, set, or we are setting as a team, or we're setting as a district. So I think it's important to know that while we're not looking at that on the screen right now, that is a major part of what we've thought about. And it's certainly, important to us as designers to understand that. So.
George, I think get that up here.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, well, I appreciate that perspective. I think it may be that at a later stage, we come back and really dive into those metrics more deeply, or it might be part of this discussion, I don't know. I did just want to clarify for my colleagues, though, that when you look at the shaded space, like deciduous canopy, it's not 31% of the campus, it's 31% of the overall shade that's provided. So, if there's an overhang and a structure and evergreen canopy and deciduous canopy, it's just telling you the percentages of the type of shade versus the shaded space, I think is a little bit more important. It shows you in the usable space how much is actually shaded. So it sounded like we were veering down do they have the same amount of deciduous canopy? I don't know if that's going to be the comparison, because this isn't a direct, it's the percentage of their overall shade.
I'll just share something that I keep coming back to in my mind when I look at all these numbers. I find them really helpful. And I also wonder, is this where kids are spending their time? So we go back to function, right? So where are kids spending most of their time? And if there are schools that offer a lot of a particular kind of shade, is that where kids are allowed to spend their time in? And so I think having a way for us to also understand school site by school site, because we are a small enough district where we can really tailor this to the specific needs of every school. I think this is a really important consideration, all of these numbers. And I think also getting an opportunity to go in and watch how kids are using the space authentically. And, and if there are areas in the middle of the campus, if we were to sort of build that out, does that mean kids would be allowed to be in that space, right? Because I would hate to sort of build out a space where there wasn't supervision, or we knew that that isn't a place where teachers might bring their kids out, right? Just because we imagine that it would look really pretty. We want it to be truly, truly functional in a way that that particular school and that staff is going to use that space. So doing that sort of an analysis of the current school, the current use of all of these spaces, and where kids are going to benefit the most out of the resources that we pour in.
Right, and I think a good example of this is the actual structure, right? So let's look at Montaloma. If you look at Montaloma and you look at the overhang, it actually compares from a square footage standpoint on par with schools like Amai and Crittenden, right? It's, in terms of the total amount, it's about 15,000 square feet. So from an overhang standpoint, it's pretty good. But then when you go to shaded structure, it falls drastically short. So the best example of this is that we intentionally put solar arrays to serve as shaded structures on all of our campuses. Montaloma, from a contextual standpoint, because we had this issue with the fence and what the operational space was, we actually opted not to put a shaded structure on the campus. We moved all the solar arrays onto the roof. There's benefits and there are detractions from this. Every other school has seats underneath either a shaded structure or a solar array that allows for kids to utilize that space in a completely different way than what you experience at actually two schools, right? Graham and Montaloma. So the question here, like this quantitative objective actually allows you to say, we have chairs, because if we were to put another metric in, how much outdoor seating's there, has tons of school lunch tables out there. It's one of the things that came out of COVID. What it doesn't have is any shade structure So Montaloma was one of the first schools to actually move back indoors once the MERs opened up, because DSA required us, because the shaded structures weren't to DSA code, to take down all of the shade structures that we temporarily put up over the lunch benches. So these lunch tables, going to the user experience, are really just for days when when it's not as sunny or bright or as hot, because right in the middle of the day is when you get your hottest point, is when the sun is reflecting down on the concrete the most. And so it makes it extremely uncomfortable. So those students have a completely different lunch experience than what you have just right at Vargas, who has less shaded area, because their shade structure or overhang stands at 5,000 square feet, but they have 4,000 square feet of shaded area because the solar array was put in the middle of the campus to provide kids with an opportunity to cool off. So they go outdoors a lot more. And then the board authorized to put a garage door on the MER. So now you have a place that's sort of indoors, outdoors. And that took into account the user experience. And these numbers can sort of give you a better picture of how sites are utilizing different areas and whether or not those sites, that the structure helps students to feel comfortable, right? And so that's a good example of what happens when we make a decision based on, right, and how it plays out and what's sort of the impact. But from a quantitative standpoint, you now know that it has less than 1,000 square feet versus Stevenson Elementary that has almost 8,000 square feet. There's just a quantitative way of looking at this as the same thing that we know from a qualitative standpoint.
Thank you, Dr. F. I had a question for Carducci.
Sorry, I forgot. So we have George,
The staff.
we have Carly, and then we also have Jean, who helps us with the overall site planning too, along with Dr. West. So I forgot to introduce everybody at the very beginning. I'm sorry.
Thank you for being here. The gentleman who just presented, the follow-up to question from Trustee Lambert and Trustee Berman. You mentioned that Carducci's work in doing green metrics for other schools. In other places, has there ever been any precedent of trying to measure exactly what green shade is accessible for students instead of just like a campus total number, right? Because like you can have trees in a parking lot that don't provide the physical and psychological benefits. You know, you see all this research now about tree therapy and or tree bathing, right? And that doesn't work. You don't get that feel if it's a metal shade. It's not shade therapy, it's tree therapy, right? And you don't get that if it's in the parking lot. So has there been any schools that have sought to actually measure a number that is, this is the amount of green that is actually used by the kids, so that we can see which schools do kids have green that they can actually sit under versus ones they could just look at?
Right. So sorry, I didn't mean to, we have not produced or created a green metrics for another school district. Most of our work has been, we often work with districts, but it's usually on a school site by school site basis. So we actually have not had the opportunity to step back and survey this kind of thing in the past. And it, to be honest, is an amazing opportunity, and your district is to be applauded for, for looking at it in this way. But we did extensive research and searching for other metrics that had been produced around the country, and we shared a number of those documents. I don't know if you've had the chance to review them, but there have been things done, but honestly, most of them haven't overlaid, from what we can tell. Obviously, operationally it might be different, but from what we can tell from the documents, they haven't tried to overlay sort of statistical things like we're looking at now, with more programmatic and experiential things like you're talking about. Like, yeah, sure, there's shade, but is it in the parking lot or is it next to the classroom? Is it convenient? Is it accessible? Is it easy for the teachers to take their kids there? All these things that are critical for whether it's going to be successful, and overlay that with just sort of numeric things. So what I feel, and I think Carly would agree, like what we're trying to produce for this district is to some extent sort of groundbreaking as far as what we can tell is, okay, yes, they're numbers, but then there's also how it's used, what's going on at the school on a daily basis, what are the limitations that the school sites encounter, whether it's supervision, borders of supervision, how many people are there and how far from the buildings the kids can go, the amount of time teachers have, whether all these other factors that influence how much outside time, the quality of that outside time, what is happening out there, looking at things like living classroom, partnering organizations, et cetera, and really put this all together in a way that enables us at, working for you to propose the best possible improvements to address, yes, both the numbers that we're looking at here and try to improve those numbers across the board in some kind of equitable fashion, but also speak to the specific needs, of this particular schools and what they have expressed as priorities. We want to be able to take 5 kids outside. We want to be able to send kids who, have sort of emotional regulation needs. We want to be able to send them outside, but we want to be able to observe them. So are there spaces close to the classrooms where that can happen and the teacher can manage it? Are there special needs populations with special needs that need to be accommodated or, responded to? And really thinking very comprehensively about all these things that would make a great schoolyard. And then, yes, of course, looking at the numbers and how these things work together. And, like I said, it's been an amazing opportunity to think about this stuff and apply this, what we've learned and what we've learned from looking at other school districts' documents, honestly, beyond the work we're doing with Mountain View, like in all our work, it's informing decisions. So it's really fantastic that you're doing this. And it's honestly, I think it's a great stepping stone to all the kinds of improvements that you're discussing, whether they're, sort of like waste and energy and just green from a very auditing standpoint, or whether it's the happiness of a kid, the satisfaction of a teacher, maintenance needs, all these things coming together, and us sort of having the opportunity to think about all these things before we sit down and put pen to paper and start saying, this is what we think should happen here. So.
Well, I wanted to thank you. The explanation is really, really helpful. And the supporting materials that were provided this time were very helpful. We got it on Tuesday. I read it all. I would like to go back and review some of it a little more closely, but that was very helpful for kind of grounding the discussion last time. I think where we went sideways in November was the fact that everything had already been evaluated before we had talked about the metrics themselves, and not understanding how much of it was community driven, because I think we were looking for something community driven as well. And so having the meeting dates laid out, it sounds like the community meetings didn't happen until after the metric was done, but the principal meetings, some of those were before, and some of the staff meetings. Because I think we're looking for an end result that not only is useful and sustainable for our district, but is also a model for other places, right? And I'm sure Carducci is looking for a product that you can also use in other settings and share with other school districts. I think it could generate a lot of work for you all as well.
I just want to add one more kind of footnote or placeholder. We've been talking, my sense is that we kind of concur on some of the functionality pieces for the kids, but I also think there's a little bit of a placemaking piece where like the entrances of the campuses should be inviting. And I think there are a handful of schools where it's just, there's nothing there, like Stevenson, I'm using that as an example. And so I feel like it's beneficial to add trees to some of those campuses.
You can, I know this sounds kind of odd, but you can almost quantify anything that you decide that you want to assess. I mean, it is possible. You can quantify how much a message, how important a message is by the number of times something is referenced, put into letters or something. Like, there's a way to actually measure almost anything. And so if the board is intent on, like, hey, we want schools to be, like, our goal is to make sure that when you walk up to a school, it's a very inviting place, right? It is full, it has a softscape, it's inviting, like it has some trees or something else. You can quantify that, right? And so we can go back and look at the amount of square feet that's in front of a school. We can look at how much softscape, I mean, granted, it's going to take time, but you can look at how much softscape is out there. You can look at the number of trees that sort of exist, and it can give you a picture from a quantitative standpoint how each school fares. Now, I'll use, again, I'm going to go back to sort of the 3 schools that all look and are built almost as that. And if you count Mistral, then technically it's 4, sort of the finger wing schools that I would like to call it. I believe those were the old Mountain View schools, right? So if you look at Bob, Landos, Amai, and Mistral, what you will see are completely different front entrances. At Landos, you have this large, massive tree that was dedicated to a teacher that exists, and it is the focal point of the whole entrance. We can debate whether or not it's actually inviting or not. I'm not here to say it is or it isn't, but it's clearly drives the conversation about the campus. You then go over to Amai, and you have this manicured area that is where the bushes has sort of been reduced, right? And it's sort of manicured in a way that reminds you of the Midwest, right? Where the bushes are only a certain height and everything sort of is curated to get you into a very particular part. And then you can go to Mistral. Again, the front of the school no longer looks like the other schools, but it's a similar finger wing setting. And you can look like it has very little green space in front of the school. The grass is pretty much gone because there's now a driveway there, right? There's no areas for sitting or playing or anything else, right? And I've been at Bob before, and I've seen people do Tai Chi right in the front yard while school is taking place. And so you can't quantify whether or not a school has sort of a welcoming environment. And then you can qualitatively assess it also to say, like, you know what, Stevenson will never have that as a feature. But it doesn't mean that we can't add more to Stevenson to make it welcoming. There are things that we can ask Carducci to sort of help us design that will make it feel more welcoming as an environment if that's what the board chooses to prioritize. And so we now have a way that we can assess it from a quantitative standpoint, and we can also look at it from a qualitative standpoint and sort of move from there.
So 2 points. One, I think I'm still going back to when you were talking about the difference between structure and shade. I think another example of how these numbers need, site context is if you look at the softscape percentage totals. So at Castro and Mistral, the softscape, it's the 3rd lowest. It's 92,422 square feet, but that's 46% of the campus. So it's almost half the campus. Most of that is the field. The students don't play on the field. It's still being used for PE instead of recess. And the kids are playing on less than half of the campus with the highest or second highest density of students in the district, and not actually playing on green space during the day. So, that's something that I think we're going to have I hope we have some sort of overall metric to help guide us, or index to help guide us. But then I think when we get to the specific sites, it's going to be really important to understand how they use them. And then the other thing is, we've had a lot of kind of discussion. I know you're almost there in your slides, because some of the slides we've already discussed, we haven't shown them on the screen. But when we talk about priorities and how to kind of tackle this, I've been struggling with that a lot. And for me, number one is the health and safety of children. And so how hot that heat island effect that we have on campuses, and how children can be outside and enjoy the outdoors is my highest priority in this process right now for the index. And that's why the shade and the hardscape versus softscape is so important, because some types of hardscape are much, much hotter than the softscape, even though some of the softscape, like the rubber under the play structures, is very hot as well. But that health and safety is like number one, because it's a climate resiliency piece. And then, you know, the type of play, and there's a great article in here about play, and it's called, it's the IPA Access to Play document, and it talks about how play is healing in terms of crisis. And when I think about our children going through COVID and recovering from a crisis situation, the opportunity for play, and it emphasizes natural environments in the document. I found that so useful in grounding myself for this discussion, because for me, it's health and safety, it's the quality of the play, welcoming environment, and then it's this kind of biodiversity wilding piece, which ties in more with how do we have plants that are supporting the biodiversity of our community? How do we have the gardens that children are learning in? Like, how do we have the outdoor seating spaces? All of those things kind of fall even a little bit lower to me than some of the other stuff. But I'm ready for those Post-its, Dr. Rudolph. Like, let us unleash us with the Post-it.
I'm almost there.
Can I
I do
just-
want to point out though that this,
And I just had one,
yeah,
thing,
sorry.
just one thing, just to build on that. So I have very similar priorities as well, President Conley, and I was thinking sort of in my head, and I'm just processing out loud, to sort of almost like tiers, like what's the tier one that every school should have, right? So every school should have this beautiful entrance. Every school should have, you know, a certain level of a play yard or a schoolyard. Every school should have this lawn or turf area, right? So I'm thinking of maybe my priorities in terms of tiers, what every school must have, and then what's the next tier, and what gets a school on that tier, what from all of these numbers gets a school to sort of the next level of need, and what are those other things that are important sort of to create the space that kids need and kids and teachers need in that particular community.
so let me I think this is really where we're about to head. But I also want to point out just one other question for you. And this goes back to sort of this conversation about 46% of the campus is softscape over at Castro and Mistral. Maybe part of the question that the board needs to ask itself is about why are people not using it? So you have this green area, but are kids naturally supposed to go out and play tag or something else? Or do we need to create features that encourage them to go out on the fields and utilize that space? And then that intentionality is what will help transform the space from just a green area that is used as just a field to an area that becomes part of the play structure, right? And so if you think about Vargas has no choice but to utilize the field because they have one kinder play structure and a very small play structure right next to it. And so the school has invested a lot of resources into balls and hula hoops and all these other activities to encourage kids to use the field a lot more, right? Which is a softscape. But at our traditional schools, and it's not just Mistral that has this problem, at all of our sites, we concentrate our kids almost exclusively on the hard structures, swings, the pavement, right? As opposed to encourage them to go out into the green areas. And so if the board wants to prioritize or wants to focus on the utilization of that space for something greater than just it being a lawn, One of the design features that we can have Jean, George, and Carly sort of help us with is creating spaces that encourage kids to go out and explore out there. So imagine if the indoor, I'm gonna call it indoor park, or the sort of area existed outside of Therakoff's inner campus and existed right on the edge or a little bit further. If it was right there where kids use it a little bit more, or if you made it ADA accessible, right? Because the school's perspective is going to be, well, we have lunch, we go out and we eat. And so this is sort of where our kids need to be so that we can provide supervision and that it's not interrupting the day. But if it was on the outside, as the barrier between the grass and the pavement, would it be utilized more? Would kids explore it more? And then you have the secondary question, which is, well, if every kid isn't utilizing it, what are the features that we need to add that will encourage everyone to use it? Do we need smaller bridges similar to what they have? Do we need to make ADA accessible? Like that, I think, lends to the conversation of how we encourage students at Castro and Shaw to go outside to play in these areas a little bit more than what they're currently doing, because right now it's just the empty space and we're relying on kids to try and create a framework to play on it. And for most teachers and most administrators who are like, well, don't go too far, we need to keep you in sight. But when you're at Graham, when you're at Crittenden, you have no choice but to use those because you lack everything else. So you will see at the middle schools and at Vargas, kids flock to those fields to play. And there are things out there that draw kids there so that the spaces are used in an equitable manner.
Follow-up question.
Oh, I think we'd all been waiting.
Just as a question, do we provide like balls and things for kids
Yes.
at recess? Do we have like portable soccer nets that kids can kick into?
I don't think the district has provided schools with those resources in quite some time.
Point is that there's other ways besides screening that we can
Correct.
solve those
Right.
problems.
Right. So you don't have to like transform a complete green space into like a nature garden or something else, right? We don't need to plant milkweed and expect kids to sort of go through like as if this is Avatar, right? What you can do though is you can prioritize. We want kids to go out to the fields. We think softscape and our lawn areas should be used to the fullest extent. Without doing anything else, you can prioritize that, and then we find ways at each site to help the schools encourage its use without altering the physical plant that much. That is a possibility.
Because the response I had, I wasn't sure which way you were going to go, but I think every time we talk about something that might trim down a soccer field or baseball diamond in some way, a Parks and Recreation director somewhere loses their wings, right? And so I think whatever we do to the broader field space, we'll have to kind of negotiate a little bit as well.
But I think the key is you don't have to over-engineer it if you don't have to. There's a way to get around it, but you can, right? I mean, it is a possibility, and I think there's a lot of creative ideas or possibilities that sort of exist that can help make that a possibility. But again, that falls to the board to say, like, this is really what we want to prioritize. We want softscape to be usable play areas. And it's up to staff to come back with multiple ways that we can turn softscape or lawn area into a usable area for kids to play on.
And just also procedure question. During presentations, should we wait for you as a board president to ask? I mean, because customary in a lot of meetings in the past, you tell us when.
For study sessions, it's more casual. So
Okay.
it's not me directing everybody when to speak. It's
Fair enough.
speaking when you line up.
A question you mentioned about like different spaces kids use, some spaces kids don't. Could you say more about which stage of the process kids will be interfacing with the designers at their sites? Because I understand that on our big level, we're creating scores, maybe prioritizing funding, right? But like, I guess like I'm trying to figure out, is it that, we figure out allocation, they draw the plans, and then kids get feedback, or will it be the kids get feedback and then the plans are drawn? I'm trying to figure out, like, it's like kids and teachers, so I mean, about them together, people who are playing on the fields or supervising on these spaces. Which stage do they come in this process of greening our campuses?
So the community has weighed in, the sites have weighed in, and the staff have weighed in. Then you have the board who's creating sort of this index or report card or whatever terminology you want to use that will help to inform where the priorities are and will help to determine what actions need to take place. Then at some point, what you will have is we'll start going into a design phase and they'll have different iterations. At that time is when you go back out to school sites to sort of understand what will transpire. So it's almost impossible for Carducci to do their work and to come out and design something in absence of teacher, student, and adult feedback, and then come back and present it to you and say like, well, this is it. So I would think the ideal stage is after you prioritize what things you want, that they will be able to start designing things that are functional and then sort of test, this is how it needs to look.
And,
So a good example is like Stevenson built their sensory walk. It was driven by the school. The board could prioritize sensory walks for every school site, but then the Stevenson one is built on its physical plant. We would need to go back out and look at how we could create that at each school site, and that's where you start getting some of the input from.
Thank you. So you mentioned the students and staff have kind of already given some initial feedback on these designs, or wishes or needs on their campuses. Is that collected in survey data, or is that notes? And was that in the board packet? Because I don't recall in the board packet among the PDFs seeing school site by school site data points from students and teachers saying this is what they want at their school sites. Is that in the board packet that I missed, or?
Well, so we're constantly up. There's a lot more. So this is the challenge when I say and granted, I'll take the ownership that we didn't get it out fast enough. But there's so much information that is sort of exists in there. Carducci did provide us with the feedback from each individual site. So we're in the process of trying to get all of that uploaded and out so that you have access to it. It's a lot of information, but they have weighed into how the school sites are being.
Is this like in a survey format, or is this the note to Carducci from in-person meetings? What was the process of data collection for students and staff?
From what I saw, they were notes from the actual meeting, but I'll let Carly or George.
It wasn't students, though. It was principals and staff and then
Principals,
community
staff,
members.
and then community members, yes.
So not student data collection.
I know. So the data that Dr. Rudolph is going to send over, that's just collected data over site visits, meetings with principals, meeting with staff. And through that process, there have been moments where students have approached us with kind of we don't have a specific, not yet do we have notes or meetings with students to discuss these things. But while we were on site visits and students asked us, what are you doing? Why are you here? What are you collecting? We would answer and talk with students individually. We'd talk with site staff to talk to us about what students were doing. We'd observe students. And then we did have one student who came to one of our community meetings who had a lot to say about Landals. So just through the process indirectly, we've had students, obviously we're at school sites and we're talking about schools. So they've provided their input, but we don't have specific data just geared from students at this point yet.
And thank you. And not trying to put any more work on district staff or Carducci. I think that getting just the raw data that you already have collected from school sites, I think would be very useful for the board to hear because each of these school sites are unique, right? So hearing what the staff are saying, even if it's not kids or one or two kids, if just hearing the staff raw data without asking the board or Carducci to have to process it into a more digestible format. I think I can't speak for the board, but I think it would be really useful just to receive the raw data as we're trying to discuss this. Yeah.
We actually think that it would be important to help you to understand what should be prioritized at each individual site so that as we get closer to determining what the priorities are, you have that individual input from those sites and sort of following sort of the IDEO process of ideation, sort of understanding how the customer has utilized the site was sort of our first stab at it. Okay, so I know y'all want to get to sticky notes, so let me get close, right? So the next one, sorry.
While you're flipping, I'll make a plug just for the public and for my colleagues. The two documents that I found the most useful in the very extensive packet uploaded. One was the, I mentioned earlier, the IPA Access to Play document, and the other was the OUSD Living Schoolyard Guidelines, which was published in November of 22. That document is really thorough. I think it's like 168 pages, but it hits a whole bunch of these different things we're talking about and has some great examples of how Oakland Unified is doing this work. And it's not only within California, it's within the Bay Area. So I think it's pretty applicable to us. They even talk about codes that you have to meet. So that's going to be similar for us in our location.
So the next one just simply goes through, it's taking the exact same information, but it's now defining it as what is considered usable space, right? And so how does staff sort of envision it? And it almost sort of truncates the school sites. So you see sort of a reduction in the total amount of space if you just go off of what staff views as usable and as it's defined, whether or not it's actually used, defined as areas open to student use during lunch and recess, areas of the school where staff may take students for formal instruction, and living classroom areas. So this is what brings sort of that footprint down. So if we were to go to the previous slide, you will see at Stevenson Elementary, when you look at the evergreen canopy on the site, it actually is 6,460 square feet. But once you identify what is usable space as determined by the staff, you then shrink down for evergreen canopy to 373 square feet, right? And so what I'm assuming that they are considering usable space is the area that they use right on the school grounds with a little bit out into the green area. And they don't take into account the tree canopy that exists on the outer parts of the 17 acre that somewhat are accessible, but not necessarily in line of sight for the staff.
I think this goes back to your example earlier of how people use the space when they have to. So when I taught at Stevenson, and it was just the little portables, and I mean, you know, granted the school site right now is a bit of a heat sink, but it's so much better than the old portables that used to be there in the like tiny old district building. We used the field space.
Right.
So at recess, kids went out into the field and they didn't necessarily run all the way to the very far side, but all of the trees and space along the left, like closest to, what is this, Montecito? Yeah. Kids were all out there for recess and we had one or two teachers out there, for supervision. So supervision was really the key piece for that.
Yeah, and here's an interesting thing, just real quick on this example. There was a play structure that existed out here that drew kids over as the old rope play structure. So it drew kids over here. And when kids went on the ropes, they went to the trees. And I remember seeing kids on the field goal posts, the soccer field goal posts that are tied to the fence. And so they did utilize that area. And there was just one intentional structure that sort of drew them in to utilize the rest of the space. And it didn't take up that much square feet, but it's that intentionality is how you could possibly leverage more usage of a green space without eliminating the actual space.
Yeah, I just want to let you know that among the information that we've shared and documented is a diagram for each school with an outline that's reflecting what the school considers usable space. So you don't have to just look at it abstractly through figures. You can actually look at it on on the school site plan and understand what the school is using. So
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, while both of you were talking, were making me sort of think about these two slides, because I look at them and I'm just like, we're all blank, right? You've obviously spent a lot more time looking at them. Having the raw data like this to massage would be good. I've spent a lot of time massaging data and presenting it. I would challenge you to come up with a experiment with some visualizing graphs. I'm thinking radar plots, and looking at total space, usable space, things like that, just somewhere where it makes it easier to visualize this. I think it'll be not only more meaningful to the board, but to anybody who's looking at the data.
Yep.
And I will be glad to start working on some. I'm intrigued in all my spare time to sort of see what I can do with this.
Okay.
Because I'm look at this. I'm clueless.
All right. So great point. I made notes, and I think other ways to sort of visualize it will also sort of help. And I think that sort of echoes sort of where we're headed, right? We are really, as George pointed out, in sort of uncharted territory. There isn't much out there in terms of how you assess a physical plant. I mean, I saw some stuff in Korea that, from there, they used to have a greening index that's is actually kind of hard to find, at least for me, when I was doing a search. There isn't much that informs it, right? UC had a completely different thing. They were using lead schools as sort of as a metric. You have LA Unified that sort of took this quantitative approach to dealing with this, but it is sort of uncharted sort of area. So think about how the environment actually impacts learning. And there are places, like even when I did a school visit in Birmingham, and there were some schools that were out in the county that were closer to national parks, and they tried to be very intentional about how they utilize the space. But what was interesting is that they brought all of the outdoor features into the school and never once thought about bringing the kids outside of the school, right? So they wanted to make sure that kids understood, about the fish and the live and everything else. So they created a terrarium and fish tanks so that you could see what it looked like. And they had little holes that kids could peep into. But the kids were confined, at least at the elementary middle school, were confined inside the physical plant. It wasn't until they got to the high school that they started leveraging a little bit more of the outdoor space, right? So this really is sort of uncharted area. And most of the research that you find is based on schoolyards, not really how we assess actual schools. I will say that this is obviously you can see that this is kind of complicated, right? You can take a very quantitative approach in order to assess it, similar to what LASD had. And we need to always keep in context that Los Angeles Unified has a very large impact on the county, right? It has greater influence than what Mountain View WISP has on the city of Mountain View, right? For all intents and purposes. But they also, similar to Mountain View, they control a sizable amount of land, which is why they have an outsized impact. But obviously, their school district is a little bit different. And it just so happened, I think, that both entities were working on the same thing at the exact same time, which is almost sort of similar to what we had. But I do think it's important to just point out that we're not LA Unified. We don't have a full team sitting there thinking of how we can do this. But it doesn't mean that there aren't opportunities where we can actually be better than LA Unified. Because I did just personally note that there's some critiques about while they have the greening index, it hasn't netted results just yet. And that could be just, how a big system goes. And then obviously when you look at the University of Cincinnati, and I didn't put in the one that Stanford used, but they're only assessing lead schools, right? And I think that's a completely different criteria altogether, right? Whether or not you're using recycled materials, whether or not you're looking at energy consumption, that does, while it can translate into actual student outcomes and can influence sort of mental well-being, that's, I think, just a consequence of choosing to build a lead school. The board can easily say every school moving forward is going to be lead, and we'll just move from there. We want to be at a certain tier. It doesn't, I don't think, get to the heart of what you're really trying to do, which is get kids out and have like these community spaces that really allow community members to sort of utilize the park or the fields in a way that sort of benefits the larger community, as opposed to like if we just build something that's made out of recycled materials, we've done our job and sort of high five. So it really is some complicated stuff. And so now what we're going to move into is really the development. Yes, sorry.
Do you think there would be a good moment for a bio break soon?
I'm about to,
Okay.
I'm going to go through these streets and we can pause for 1 second and then we'll come back and we'll go into it. So we're going to develop a rubric or start the beginning works of developing a rubric. And we have this in 3 different stages that will allow us to sort of come up with an iteration. Again, I'm going to go through all 3 of these real quick, give you some time to sort of ponder it. When we come back, we'll start with the sticky notes and then it'll eventually branch out into a group discussion. So the first one I think is really being really clear about what criteria that you want to assess the schools. We really need to list items that you feel needed to be included within the greening index. So, you know, Trustee Blakely, if you feel the open space, the welcoming of the environment at the front of every single school is a very important aspect that we need to have, regardless of whether or not we have the numbers and the way to assess it right now, that should be a part of what should be a part of our greening index. So then we can go out and we can actually assess it. So we want to come up, if you feel like the amount of green space or open space that exists within the boundary of a school should influence how much deciduous trees are planted or deciduous canopy should be planted on a particular site, that's a valid metric to have as part of the greening index, right? And so there's nothing wrong with creating that criteria, but what we want to do is we want to sort of get there. And it can use both qualitative and quantitative items to sort of drive how we want to assess it. And we're all fortunate that we already have some qualitative items that are out there, but you can tailor this to even go to middle schools have different qualitative metrics and elementary schools have a different set. So we can create 2 different rubrics or assessments, report cards, or indexes that you want. So we'll come back and we'll work on that. The next one is that we want to group the criteria. So what we're going to ask you to do is on the sticky notes, just individually, you're going to write down all the things that you feel like are really important. We're going to grab these. You'll have an opportunity to talk about them. We're going to grab them. We're going to put them up on the wall. And then what we're going to do is ask you to actually group them by things that are similar. So you may say that shade structures are really important. Somebody else may say that trees are really important. Well, they both sort of fall under that category. But you may say, you know what, I don't really care about shade structures. I only care about trees. And what we want is for us to start grouping all of these ideas into categories that we can use so that now you understand sort of the rubric isn't about this one finite item. It can possibly include multiple different areas, right? And so we'll do that part. And then finally, I think there's an interesting conversation that needs to be had about how we actually want to assess it and sort of what the board's expectation is, right? So we just want to be clear that when we go out and we talk about, and I think I'll use the sitting area as a good example. Mistral has outdoor seating. Whether or not it should be included because kids don't have access to during recess, that is where the question actually goes, right? And so understanding how if the goal is we have outdoor seating that is used by students and we find the area that isn't used, then we can easily remove that from the area. Similar to what you saw Carducci do with the usable area versus the total area. The teachers have a usable area that clearly shrinks the campus into what they view as line of sight versus what is the actual total area. And so this is, if we understand how you want it to be assessed, then we can make an assessment or index that accurately reflects the board's expectation of it. So those are the three areas, and we'll come up with some descriptors as well as some rating scales. And then just real quick, just so we can get to the break part, what we would do is we'll start refining the greening index over the next 2 months. It could possibly bleed a little bit later. We will then work on reassessing. We'll come back to the board just to check in to make sure that we've hit the right spot for you. That yes, this is exactly what we want to do. Then we will actually go out and assess the school grounds and bring the scores back. We will take it to different groups just to get their feedback too. So the Environmental Sustainability Advisory Council, the District Advisory Committee, DLAC, as well as PTA presidents, so that we can sort of help to identify priority areas. Again, we are already fortunate that we have a lot of information from the school sites about what the priorities areas are. That will help you to understand like how we should prioritize these things. We sort of envision that to be around late March. And then in April, May, once we finalize it, we'll then ask Caduce to start working on their iterations of what this looks like and take that out to school sites to get some feedback. And then from there, if everything's moving at time and this is all flexible, it could bleed into next year. But if this is working, then hopefully by June, we can prioritize what areas we want so that we can start the actual work in the next calendar or next school year. So that's the idea of the framework of what we think will be the process. Again, this is just a rough estimate of how we look at it, but these are the stages that we will use in order to move forward.
So I'd just like to, at the end of what we're doing here, I'd like to come back to this last slide.
Yep.
Several questions, but not now.
Process question here on this timeline. And I'm more familiar with the last bond, Measure G, than Measure T on some of this detail. And when we last in Measure G did like school site improvement things, each time it went out for a bid for like the design firm, like there wasn't always the same design firm, right? Like Bill that did the sites. As we do this landscaping, are we requesting proposals from firms, or is Carducci doing every single school site? And I'm seeking to understand the process because, and did that go to competitive bid before we decided that one firm is doing our school sites? Or are we going to request bids when we start actually landscaping schools?
So the landscape, we actually already went through the RFP. We actually asked a bunch of different sites, and Carducci is our landscape architect. So they drive the majority of the process that takes place.
The design elements for each school site will be done through the general landscaping bid. Or just like the vision, because like with Measure G, our school sites, we had several, and I understand there were pros and cons to that, but there were several architectural firms working with this districts, right? Bill Gould, DL, like there was a bunch of them, and each of them was because it was a bidding process and a public process. So is there a public process on, we requested proposals from the different landscaping firms?
Yeah,
And
so
then it was
some of
scored?
some of this happened early on. So when we select our architectural firms for Measure T, we put a big RFP out. We said, who is interested? And we had many firms propose to want to be interested. And then we have a list of architects now that the board approved through that process. Carducci is one of those architects that were approved through that process. Then when we are getting ready for this particular project, we put it out to the pool and said, who is interested in this particular project? And Carducci responded and was the most qualified for it. So this particular project started as outdoor learning during COVID. And initially they were working on how do we get kids outside? Do we need to put outlets in? What type of seating do we want? And then morphed into kind of where we are now with the outdoor learning. And because we saw through COVID that the kids and teachers really used flexible learning more. Like they weren't looking for an outdoor classroom as we first envisioned it under Measure T. They were looking more for, is there a space where we can go sit under a tree? And they were using maybe 10 or 15 kids in this space, and the teacher was in another area with kids. So the idea was, as we saw how teachers use these outdoor spaces and how kids were using them, could this change into more of an outdoor learning experience as opposed to outdoor classrooms? The next step, which you were asking about, is what's the next step for competitive bidding? Well, once they have the design, which will be informed by what the board directs us to do, it would go to bid for the construction piece.
The construct, but the design aspect, thank you for that context. So you have this master list of architects and you see who wants to work on the project. Then is there an internal process that mimics what was done with Measure G? When Measure G was done with design, when the RFP went out, you actually heard from multiple different architectural firms on what they envisioned for that particular project. So when it was brought to the board, you often saw many different like aesthetic visions for what they would do for the project. And there was kind of like this like, you heard this marketplace of ideas, and that so when you chose a firm, you got stimulated by ideas that other firms brought. So if we're choosing a landscape firm off a pre-approved list, is there any process that will mimic this idea of getting different people's visions on how to complete the project at hand?
No, the process actually was changed by Dr. Clark to finish up Measure G. He moved to qualifying everybody that was interested in doing projects, and those firms became the firms that we utilized. And then we place within the pool, we place out these projects and say who that's been approved in this pre-approved list that's interested in doing this work. And so each firm, different firms have different specialties. So like if you want to use modulars, DTA, they love doing modulars, right? And so anytime there's something with modulars, we go back to DTA. If you know, so it is, that process has changed since around 20s.
So there's no internal process to mimic this idea that if we come up with like criteria on what we think is needed green space, and then we say, okay, this is a campus that needs green space based on this criteria. Okay, here's an RFP process. Tell us how you envision solving what we say is our needs, right? So there's no like collective people pitching their RFPs to us.
That process would have already happened.
He's saying that already happened.
Well-
That first there was the RFP process to get the pool for Measure T, and then for the landscape design for outdoor learning spaces, there was another RFP process. I remember that coming through the board because it listed, I don't know, several different firms, if I remember correctly, and had you scored them, Dr. Westover, and made a recommendation on which one to go with. So that was a public
understand.
RFP
Yeah.
process, but we are in the grand scheme of things, because we have all of this work to do before the designs are even made, this wasn't like building an MUR or kind of the level of construction work that I think Measure G did.
No, I think people are getting confused because so in Measure G, yeah, certainly there were RFPs for construction, but when it came to design aesthetics, there was a process where on a school site project, you would actually see visions of how different firms would do the project. Because I'm not saying I know that boat's perhaps sailed, but when we do the global approval of our architectural firm before, months or years before we even talking at this stage, there isn't a process where different people say, oh, this is what you're seeking, or here's my vision on how to solve it, hire me. There's not that process anymore.
I think there was a similar process when we were looking at the small school site.
Yeah.
So I think the distinction is more about the size of the project. In the grand scheme of things, adjusting the landscape architecture at our school sites is not going to be a very big project versus building an entirely new structure like an MUR, building an entirely new school. Those are different scales of projects. It can be hard to get, I don't know from this, it can be hard to get a whole bunch of people to pony up design ideas for a small dollar project.
So I'll give you a good example of this, Trustee Chang. Mauna Loma actually started out with HYA as the firm, and then when the board revised their approach and said, no, we want you to do this, we went back out, and that's how we ended up with Carducci. HYA felt like they weren't the firm, even though they had their vision and sort of had their approach, they felt like they weren't the firm that could actually get the job done. Whereas Carducci was like, no, we have the expertise and we've done this particular work. I even remember like somebody brought up a conversation like, why are we using HYA that I think was based in Oakland, and we don't need, like, it's part of the fencing conversation, but that's the process. And I remember that process where they would come in and they show you the different schools that they would like and how they sort of envision it. That process is we've qualified all of the architects who we can work with. And then we pitch to those pools because they're interested in the projects now. And when an architect decides that they're not the right fit, we go back out to the pool. And that's how we ended up with Carducci.
So at this point, should we take our
Yeah.
bio break? We'll do public comment when we come back.
And I do want to point out, Trustee Chang, if, I think part of your request, if I'm hearing this right, is that you just want to see different iterations or different versions that you can select versus just having one version presented to you.
What it is just that in the past, like when the board stated like there's a problem that needs to be solved, hearing different professional firms present how they would address our problem was actually stimulating and seeing those RFPs. Because like when you do a global process, like what was needed for when we did Monte Loma as a political process is very different from designing playgrounds. I mean, it's same firm, same expertise, not doubting the expertise of who we've hired, but just the process, we don't get this thing anymore that on this particular project, we see these RFPs and how professionals, different professionals would propose solving. But that's okay, I understand that process
Some of
is
the
held.
questions I have sort of addressed are also directed the same questions you're having, but
Oh, okay. Okay. And I will note, if you are watching on YouTube, there's nobody in our Zoom room. There's no members of the public here. So if you're watching on YouTube and you would like to give a public comment, we're going to come back at 8:10 and have public comment then if you're available. Excellent. We are back at 8:12 p.m. We will go to public comment. If you are a member of the public and you would like to comment on this item, you can raise your hand in Zoom, press *9 on your phone, or if you're here in the room, which I don't see any members of the public here, you can approach the podium. Seeing as there are no public speakers at this time, we will continue.
Okay, so the first activity is you have no cards at your desk or sorry, sticky notes. So you have sticky pads. And what we're asking for you to do is to list the criteria that you would like to assess schools by. It doesn't have to be that technical, but we want to know sort of what are the different areas, and just on each sheet should have, on each sticky note, it should have one item on there. So you can do as many as your heart contents, right? So if you want to do, I'll use it again, like if you say, so Trustee Blakely has mentioned, welcoming school grounds should be, or the front of the school, landscaping should be one. If you want outdoor seating, that's one. If you want usable shade structures, that's one. If you want playgrounds, that's one. I mean, you want to list each one, but you want them each to be on an individual item that we can use. And then, so after, we'll give you a couple minutes to do that. Afterwards, we'll ask you each to share which are the ones that you want, and then we'll put them up on the wall. They'll be put in a random order. So all of your notes will be dispersed amongst each other. But you'll understand, excuse me, you'll understand why when we get to the second activity, why we didn't just put them by, even though they're color coded, why we didn't put them by you as an individual. So first step is just as many sticky notes as possible, write down every way that you wish to assess a school on a sort of green index. And why don't we, for the process of time, maybe give you 6 minutes, which will bring us to 8:20 unless you need less. And by all means, feel free. So we have a bunch of people in here who can also help you. So if you feel like you need George or Carly or Jean, Rebecca or myself to come up and help you with an item, feel free to either walk over to them or to ask them to come up. All right, we have less than a minute left. All right. You need more time or no? The beauty of this is it's not like you're turning in your exam, so you can feel free to add more answers later on. But is there someone who wants to start with the items that they put, and then we'll start posting them up on the wall.
Should we just?
Just once they've entered. So again, you're going to read through your list. Then we'll come grab them and we'll put them up on the wall in random order.
Okay, I'll start. These are the ones I came up with in the time that we had. Shade or trees for students to sit in or play under during recess, making sure that it's actually accessible to students. Covered outdoor lunch area to ensure our students are protected from the sun when they're outside eating lunch, if that's where they eat. The play structure that is accessible to all students during recess. I also think of play structures as sort of could potentially be an equity issue as we maybe experienced at Mistral and Castro. So making sure that it's the right size for the number of students that are there. Outdoor seating areas that are accessible to the students. That could also be like in front of their classrooms. Teachers might want to send a group outside to read. The welcoming entryway, the drive up to the school. Opportunities to cool off the blacktop. And know that a popular method has been the specific paint. The last meeting, President Conley brought up that sometimes the paint can be problematic. So I'm sure there's some research on that. There's probably specific paint that we could use. Nature play areas and or observation spaces for students to use. The garden space, so that support, living classroom or other programs, obviously for safety repairs to our blacktops. And I have trees for the interior school, but I feel like I'm going to put it in there. But I feel like that's like sort of the shaded area for kids to sit in. Like, I'm assuming that that's in the interior of the school, but I'm going to add that one.
Thanks.
I'm happy to go next if you want. I was not looking over her shoulder, but there's some duplication here. I had fun play structures and I said multiple for crowded campuses. So same idea. Fun areas that invite kids to play. Outdoor area for teaching or reading. I was thinking seating in semicircle, kind of like what there is at Mistral. And there's an area at Crittenden also. It's not quite the same. It's more paved, but it's a semicircular garden area for living classroom or other garden teaching. Spot where kids can read a book under a tree or trees. I did not have that when I was growing up, and I still regret it. I loved reading at recess. Shaded area to eat lunch, whether shade structure or tree covered. There's some I think at Landals and maybe Imai, where there's space between wings that have a lot of trees. That serves a similar purpose from my perspective. Welcoming, inviting campus entry. Maybe I said this already, engaging play areas and quiet outdoor area for dysregulated kids.
All right, great.
What's going on? I just have three, and some of these are repeats, but I think it's useful, right, just to say them so people know them. One is more shaded play structures of any type, whether it be man-made materials or tree shaded play structure, shade over play structures. A second, related but actually different, is more immersive green access. So immersive could be that's like trees are overhead, or it could be like trees are besides them. So like the whole like tree therapy idea for kids. And final one is in measuring tree coverage per student, on a per student level, having equity for trees.
Okay, so I've been trying to group these. I don't think all of these are the index, but rather some of them are the index and some of them are the more detailed metrics. My number one priority is climate resilience in response to heat and how children can safely play outside. So under that, the shade square foot per pupil, and this is all shade, including the overhangs, et cetera, and how it affects, their usage of the campus all day. The canopy square footage per pupil and how it's accessed, whether or not we use that accessed by students during play or not. The lawn area square footage per pupil, because that is a cooler temperature area. The welcoming school entrance, because having seating and shade there is actually going to help. We have parents with babies who line up. We have elderly, like grandparents who come to pick up kids, and they're standing out in the direct sun without anywhere to sit and no shade, and shaded play structures. Number two is opportunities for outdoor play. And this is where I think number one here, or the first kind of index piece would be access to open space overall. So that broader metric of whether we measure it by walking distance or by the school catchment area, maybe excluding north of 101. But that overall access, I think that's an important equity metric that we need to have. And then the open space square footage per pupil. And then also how much of that is actually accessed by students per play. But I think we take the open space square footage per pupil as the index number. And then we also need some sort of kind of general initiative about getting schools to get their kids out into the open space. And it sounds like that's work that may or may not be about the physical plant. Natural play materials and structures like logs and boulders, and outdoor natural seating like movable stumps. And then the third one overlaps a little bit. It's number three is outdoor education objectives. So having an edible garden with at least one ADA compliant bed, a raised bed. Most of our outdoor gardens don't actually have an ADA compliant bed right now. And having social emotional regulation spaces, whether it be, there are different ways to do it than just a sensory one, but having something like that available.
All right, great.
Okay, I'll make my comments. To start off with, I confess that I'm a gardener, and a lot of plantings and landscaping I see really distresses me. Because it's actually pretty boring. I mean, it's made for utility and ease of maintenance and things like that. And I basically, if you got to do it right, it's going to take work. Okay. I want to stimulate curiosity. Want to accept that maintenance will be needed. I'd like to see trees used for shade rather than built structures. I'd like to see seasonal plantings, so something is always going on that's interesting, and that we use colors to make it vibrant and interesting and exciting. Careful not to over design and keep open space as much as possible. As what others said, I'd like to see some quiet seating areas and gathering areas so groups of kids can get together and teachers. Have the school frontage sort of designed and landscaped so that it blends into the neighborhoods. And interesting and diverse plantings. And I think, start off the first one here, design it in a way that it encourages students to utilize and explore all of the campus space. Because I think at almost all of our, at least the campuses I'm familiar with, there's a lot of interesting areas that just is sort of not used.
Great. Was there anything that you felt like after listening to all the other trustees that you feel like needs to be added that isn't up there?
I think I figured out how to say, accessing that extra, accessing all of the open space, even that right now, kids, it might be, wayfinding or path articulation to access all of the outdoor space or something like that.
You know, I hate to bring up experiences, but it was a little, it never dawned on me that we don't give balls out to kids and things like that.
The schools do. All of the schools have
All
equipment.
do that.
Yeah, they just pay for it out of their own budgets. They all have equipment that the kids are playing with.
Because that pushes people out.
Okay, so now that you've listed all the items that you would like to assess schools on, the next part is actually going to require for you to get up and start to work to group them in the categories that sort of work for you, provided that the pink sticky notes that keep falling stay up. It's all good. So I'll give you a good example. There's several of you talked about the frontage of a school, but you had different iterations of this, right? So you said whether or not the front of the school was green, whether or not it matched the neighborhood, whether or not it was warm or inviting. So that's one area, right, that you could assess. We could assess a school based off of hardscape and softscape, shade area, and everything else. And that becomes one particular metric that we could use. So in this instance, if you, when you go up there, we would group all of those poor sticky notes that keep falling. We group all those into one particular category. And maybe an easier way of doing this is we'll roll the tables out. And so what you can do is go over here, grab something, and then start organizing them on the table into actual categories that can work. And then we'll start refining those categories. And then we'll get into, well, how do we want to assess it, right? And that's the third stage. So right now we'll just roll the tables over. You'll start categorizing them into areas that sort of mean the same, open space, right? And granted, these place structures can be measured quantitatively as well as qualitatively. So you don't have to worry about that right now. All you need to do is just worry about what are the groups that sort of are starting to emerge that really matter to us, that go. And some of them don't have to, like some of you get really technical and you are like, I'm curious about access to parks and open space. Just because the other four of you didn't say that doesn't mean that it's not an important metric that could end up in the greening score. It just means you didn't put that down there, right? At the end of this, you will make a determination as to what are the items that are there. This isn't about how many votes something got. Does that make sense? Okay, so we'll roll the tables over. And then if you could start going through, looking at all the sticky notes, and ideally, you know, so like Trustee Lambert, if you see one and you're like, oh, this one's about open space. I heard a couple of people say it. I'm going to take all the ones I think that fall into open space and I'm going to put them as one category. So now we know we have an open space category that has multiple elements within it. Somebody may say like, oh, I'm going to look at, I see place structures as one. You start picking all the ones that have. So you just start to see it from a visual standpoint. All right. This one's going to take a little bit more. So we're going to use about 10 minutes to go from wall to table and to sort of group. And then from there, we'll start categorizing them from a different one. All right. So it's 8:34. So let's do 11 because I just like to round things up. So we'll finish at 8:45 unless you need more time.
Carducci has essentially been what LAUSD calls campus topology. That's one. The other thing, and so
I want to ask y'all to think about your mental models. And the reason why I put a picture up, I want you to tell me what you actually see in the picture. Why is it that you see McDonald's? Alien. Right. But there's also a goal in there also, if you see it, like gas station. It's right over the blue side, blue and white side. But the reason why I'm pointing this out is that, Chris, you brought up a point earlier about what we saw when it came to actual scoring of schools is skewed to what we believe. What I'm going to challenge you is the index is really about removing some of the mental models that you have that make us automatically see McDonald's twice and ignore all the other information that exists within this image. And this picture was about traffic. It has nothing to do with this actual sign whatsoever. It's just to show, like, some traffic planner was trying to say, this is what happens when we're not intentional about the sign. But we all naturally went to McDonald's, right? Now, technically I skewed the results because I intentionally found this picture that said McDonald's in it, so I knew that it was going to come up. But it's a good example of what happens when you walk into a situation. Our mental model says this is what it looks like. So going back to Montaloma is a beautiful campus, tons of trees. It only has 397 square feet of sitting shaded area. But if you were to say that, everybody would say, well, no, there's trees all over. Montaloma, it has more green space than Florida. No, it doesn't. Because the mental models are incompatible with what the data is actually saying at any given time. So this index, right, which is right where being is sort of leading you to say, like, where is it that you want to go in terms of the outcome? So the first thing that the index is trying to do is to challenge your mental model to look at these schools in a different way. But if you don't automatically go to McDonald's, you start understanding, like, there's a lot, including what's like movie that, a lot of information that sort of exists out there that is being ignored because we're only fixated on one item. But the index will help you step back.
no two trees are alike. They really emphasize you've got to put the right tree in the right place. You've got to put it in a place that the students are actually going to be able to enjoy. And the whole thing was right tree, right place. You know, it was like, okay, got it. You know, having all your trees at the periphery of the playfield, and 5 to 6 feet from the classroom, the students are never going to really experience that. So a lot of what you guys have been talking about mirrors what the canopy has advocated. Okay.
So they actually, and I got to hold that one. They did report a great CBD research about blacktop, and a lot of emails are flying by, and so there's one part that can be averted. You can, if that's what you want to prioritize, moving blacktop, changing it, it is a possibility. I think the challenge here is that the board has to know, you have to see it in an objective way, understand that this is part of the problem, sort of exists. And once you understand it, then it's easy for you to go there, or you can wait it. You don't know that until you connect.
Well, the other thing too is, I was thinking about Crittenden and Graham, if you've ever been in a middle school and been there at recess, you just think, wow. I mean, but literally every square inch of pavement is stood on. And, whether or not, are there other ways to reduce the heat island effect besides, changing out pavement? What's going to happen? What could happen is that the students are all just going to get compressed into a smaller area and you're just going to fill into landscaping. But the ultimate goal is to create a thermal environment that's more conducive to outdoor setting. They're probably thinking three-dimensionally, more holistically. Are there more tools in the toolkit than just changing pavement?
I think we went to Crittenden at we sat and half an hour lunch. I think definitely great learning experience. But that courtyard, when we walked, that was with no kids outside. So when you walk in, you're greeted by two totally different characters, right? Middle class in the state, biggest plans, having all these all, one of the early low after and on your left, like unceasing concrete from so mission. And at the end, you have curve, but people all around. This one serving how to do that in the basic structure, then the canopy, the open building. You can learn a lot about what is possible for the court objective. For us, when we have that cycle. First of all, it's definitely one. And they would rather sit on concrete than actually than sit on a bench. Okay, kids want to sit in small groups. 6, 7, 8 girls in particular, sitting in a circle, eating lunch, talking. So when they were sitting under the stage, some were against the building. Okay, so that's what we've got. Well, we need to create small space. We want to create English because that's how people are so particular. Okay, when people did sit on those things, people weren't really sitting on the long benches because people want to look at each other. So somebody would be sitting up on other benches called turf, but people would sit up on the concrete, some would be on the turf, or be over here on the turf, so they could social. So again, so like long linear things, that's graceful, very popular students. The little round benches, on the other hand, that are around the tree, create a little pocket where kids did go. So if they were going to sit, that's what they did. You can learn so much about what makes this is a simple thing. Meanwhile, on the other side, people not a single person. Kids are. There. They want to talk to you. So are they allowed out?
They are after 15 minutes. I think that.
On the other side of it, the main space where there's really black people.
Oh, where the living classrooms. Yeah, sorry.
So you could furnish that. So the two key basic strategies for that space. One, to make arts in the area more like the living classroom, increasing the planting, making it feel intimate, and then also artificial by just furnishing the living classroom space or opening up a little bit larger spaces between that, and then you have a diversity that they can. I think at the heart of what we vision for is increased diversity. Diversity, what you would say, plant in stimulate interest in the environment, like they see change, and then they start to think, well, why is this change here? And then it comes out, the answer is that you're seeing change here. Oh, it's here. So that's what by possible changes. In addition to pension that we have, because we have spent years many great, amazing, you know, it's a guide. Multiple things for presentation. 3 months. So there's a lot of thought. Sort of leads back and what other people know about it. But thought all that. What if parents need to be allocated?
For us to properly figure out the index, I keep thinking something that Mr. Blakely you were saying about the word comfort. We keep tying this to our climate change resolution when many of these things can be solved with human-made shade structures, right? You know, superintendent was mentioning a lot of the like non-organic shade structures we built, right? If we call this a green index, we are kind of like maybe driving ourselves away from a lot of things that kids are needing when it comes to shade that might be solved by a non-tree based. Yeah? Some places it might be like, you know, umbrella, you know, some schools put this whole parasol, right, on the tops to cover, you know, I know that only some places can use that. But I just think that if we keep saying green score, some of these things here are really just saying shade, and the shade may actually be human-made structure.
I would say most of that's changed.
But there's certain things like
And if you talk to parents in the community, they want trees.
yeah, but
on
when I was
campuses.
in the middle school, when we talk about like how the kids are seeking shade, there are places in middle school that you can imagine like
It has to be DSA compliant. So like we wanted to put up the shade structures on campus during COVID, right? Just like the one that I take out to the soccer field, for my kids' soccer games. They're not DSA compliant.
but
We
they
aren't
can
allowed
be,
to
they
have
have to be
them.
I mean they're expensive, right? Like plenty of schools have the parasols, but they have to be anchored,
And
right?
then you have to replace it all the time. Like, why would you do that instead of a tree?
I don't know if they're actually be replaced by schools that use, I know you guys are talking the same thing. Like when we're talking about Crittenden, there's this big square quad where people need shade, right? There are plenty of high schools around the state of California that have shade structures that are not, that solve that issue that aren't trees. I'm not saying we don't have trees, but I'm just saying that this maybe goes beyond, this goes to comfort. I mean, this curb boundary thing, that goes to, not all this is green
Some
scoring.
of it goes to climate resilience.
Well, so let me, I think that's, you're headed towards the solution part, right? And I think these are the interesting conversations. Like, there's only so much money that we have to create a solution. And so that solution could be trees, which the starting cost may be a little bit cheaper, but the long-term benefit or something may be completely different, right? So you can't, or you can put up a shade structure, but the impact of reducing your carbon footprint right? There's trade-offs to each one, and I think we can weigh the way they go. I think what this is highlighted though is like, for instance, play structure has nothing to do with middle schools whatsoever, right? And so I would actually argue this is elementary, but you can, like, what you've done is you categorize ways to assess your schools with various metrics that you, or various items that you have. And some of that is qualitative, some of that's quantitative, but we have the data that we can sort of look at. Like, we know for a fact, without even qualitatively, I can tell you that there is no color on any of our campuses unless it happens to be, you know, some crepe myrtle or some other tree that just happens to bloom, right? And when it happens, but that was not by intentional design. That was just the tree that was there as we were building the building, and it's just happened to left over, right? But what you can't say is that you want that to be a design feature, and you need to know whether or not there's a variety of plants that exist on the campus that help to create the curb appeal that you're looking for. And that we can certainly assess by the variety of trees, whether they bloom or whether they don't. It doesn't mean that that's the driving factor for everything. It just means that it assesses it so you have a way of weighing whether or not this is the most important thing for the board.
To go out and identify the diversity of plants site and the blooming plants. Like, I don't know if that's the best right to map.
I'm not arguing. I'm not saying that.
Because that's where I'm trying to get away from. We measure every single one of these things. It's just like way too expensive.
It's subjective. Some of these things you actually use.
But you have to have a way of assessing your schools. And again, most of the stuff already exists. We can identify how much of the structure is shaded for kids to sit there. It's easy. If you have that information, you know they put up, here's how much seating area you have. Montalona is going to be your most efficient. Right? That's just the way of the world. Right? And so you can index this and say that this is part of it. It may not be the thing that you want to focus on, right? Landscaping, you can look at it like, do we spend time and energy on landscaping that is, you know, from an MOT standpoint, like their example, most of the landscaping doesn't get taken care of. We have sort of the qualitative analysis of this. We know that every year we got to go into the trees and cut them back because they've overgrown over the summer, and you know the kids don't use that different area. All this does is give you a way of looking at the schools that you can assess what's really important. And you can eliminate stuff that you feel like doesn't need to be here or is sort of tangential. And these are the areas that you want. But remember, your index doesn't have to just be quantitative. You already have a lot of quantitative. You already have a lot of qualitative data that's been collected that can go into the actual index that informs how you're going to move next, which is how are you going to prioritize this stuff at these sites.
Then maybe like I don't know if this is for President Pome's hands, but like me, I index like just the shade numbers. I think is meaningful enough. Different variations of the shade numbers, and that's like a hard number, measurable. It's not like something that make a subjective. You know, it's like.
I disagree with that one. I think we should put a shade structure in Alma. That's the only one when you look at this. I think we should put a shade structure. Beyond that, I want trees, like you do. And the rest is trees. Right. The rest, I would say, canopy.
I mean, sorry, but I'm just saying like, it's the things that we can do with numbers might be enough for the board. Like the things that are like not number based, you think that I don't know, we'll figure out. But then like,
Or that come in the individual design plans that get hashed out in the feedback site levels. I don't know. I mean, I think using qualitative measures with index because it's an up down, or like, are we going to create a landscape rubric separate and then weight it and put it in? Because what we already saw is when that came to us with the large metric packet, that didn't feel good. for the overall index, access to open space in the community, access to open space on the campus, shade, it might be a different variety. It might be shade, like we look at the shade structures and we break out those separate shades or canopy. And that includes at the entrances, not just within the campus. Like maybe we have a separate shade, like entrance shade or something.
I like what you said about like right tree in the right spot. And I don't know how
That's gonna be in the, that is the next level down. That's not the index, like, if we have to sit down and decide, I can imagine some sites need more intervention than others. And we have to make choices about money. How do we, it can't be, for me, it would be very hard to make that decision if every school came to us with your wish list of what they would like. Versus we have a baseline of what we want all of our schools to have, and we have overall numbers on access to being able to play or interact outside comfortably. I don't know.
I think one way to talk to learning is to try to create proof of concept of whether the index is working for you or not. Well, no, it's to actually control the effort to two sites. And let's take two sites in sort of opposite spectrums. Like Stevenson and Montanita. And then how do you create equity between those two sites? So like I said, you know Stevenson's got a shade structure, you know Montanita doesn't. You know Montanita's got a lot of trees in that courtyard, Stevenson doesn't. You know Montanita has a lot of frontage between their classroom spaces and the play field, Stevenson doesn't. And then as you can kind of use a controlled case of two sides to test your index, to test your metric.
The challenges though was like, so Stevenson, there was a parent group that really pushed for greening the campus when I first came on board. And a lot of us went out there and walked it and then also talked with staff about it. And basically all the trees that we put in, is underneath the concrete is sewage and electrical. And then you also have the fire lanes. And so there's really nowhere else in the center of that campus unless we like redid sewage, which I don't see us doing.
Yeah.
That campus could use those as more human-made shade coverage. Like, it might be expensive.
They
but
don't want it though. They want trees.
Well, it's not mutually exclusive. There are places in this district that could use like non-tree based coverage for kids.
Right.
Shouldn't be one or another.
Yeah.
So two of you have mentioned some type of like making sure that the index is quantitative. I think this would get to you. You can't quantify shade place structure. Is it like you think of Stevenson versus Montalona, just to use an example? You know how much of the square foot you have for one place structure versus how much of the square foot you have for another.
That was shaded like that. It's almost all about shaded.
Well, we know the answer is going to be zero, but right, but everywhere. But yeah, at least get an understanding of what the place structures are, because before you even get to shaded place structures, you have school sites that don't even have adequate place structures for their kids, which sort of goes to the social emotional. And then you have like Montalona, which has trees near their place structure, but that doesn't necessarily mean that that's shaded there. But what I'm saying is you can't
That way you can quantify the diversity of plants. I think is a way to try and quantify.
I hear you, right? So then shaded seating, we can quantify that.
Categories. So shaded seating, there's the shaded lunch seating, and then there's shaded not picnic.
Okay, so we can do,
Those
we
are,
can,
those
we
are
can create two metrics.
Do you guys distinguish between shade that's cooling, like trees, versus shading that's all weather? So like the shade structure, you can,
Anything that's all weather. Our solar panels aren't all weather. They
they leave.
do them in the rain. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
So we don't have any, except for some of the school overhangs on the, a few, it's in like, guardrail. But it's not,
All weather. It's a fabric.
Hubs is permeable also.
yeah, they're all,
So-
they're pretty much.
So
Mm.
we can quantify, just real quick, and we can break it up into two methods. We do seating for lunch, shaded seating for lunch, shaded seating for just outdoor activities.
No, there's not a lot to do. So we need to measure.
And
We
I
just
I
know
don't
we
think we,
need to do it.
just
I don't
because
know.
if you measure the tree thing, you can assume, like, the whole thing about kids being able to read on a tree,
Fair
if you
enough.
measure a tree, you can measure a kid reading on a tree. You have a tree,
Well,
people reading to it, like,
but-
that's what it is.
Monaloma's gonna outscore you in terms of the number of trees that are there.
Oh,
And as Gene pointed out, it's
not-
1,000 yards away from where the teachers actually allow them.
But I mean, there's like a real simple way for us to fix that. Like, if you're counting number of trees on the campus, and then you have the school site thing, here's the amount of campus that's playable. Then you have a second set of numbers just from the playable numbers, right? Here we do have Montaloma, right? Basically, we knocked off a bunch of Montaloma, that's on the other side of the fence, metric, right? So,
And that's in the
what's that?
usable versus
so,
streets.
so that's, like, we don't even have to go that far onto, like, we don't have to interview kids. We can simply just measure the amount of trees on the campus and then have a second number for the amount of trees within the usable area.
We've already done that. We already have the numbers on the presentation.
And then I just don't know why we're like continuing to churn, like, we just.
Oh, I'm not saying we're gonna redo some of this. Some of this information you already have. I'm just simply saying you're putting it into the method you all use, right? And so two of you expressed hesitation about using qualitative data into the index. I'm just helping you to quantify so that you can go out and then you can get into qualitative.
Well, the other thing too, that the greening index, what Malcolm said, that urban microstorm is trying to be all things to all people. And it may not be able to do that. Use the index to set a minimum to achieve parity and equity. And then, like was saying, get into the site-specific planning and design to go beyond the baseline that the index tells you. Because if you're trying to use the index to be all things to all people, you're gonna be here forever.
I don't think so. Landscaping we have a green score, like, we have, grass, we have a number.
We have lawn, that's
Lawn.
very different than everything that's in.
Okay, so we can, you wanna leave this one out, right?
That's
And
gonna
do the
be
colors?
That's,
Okay.
no, but I think that's gonna be a lot of that when we discuss the.
Yeah, okay.
What's something left, do you mind?
So this one has seasonal planning, stimulates curiosity, colors, trees for the tip of the school. So we can put this one on the back burner for right now? Doesn't it?
I just put it on the second tier. I don't want to.
It's not that I don't put a second tier.
Okay.
I'm gonna say.
Okay. Dr. Green, one pick out to get on the playground. The first question you asked over there about just campuses that don't have enough play structures, appreciate it or not, is that, did you get feedback from us on, are we measuring?
So we're just going to put this amount of square feet that you have for a play area, and then we'll put the amount of square feet for the play area that's actually shaded.
So that limit, right?
That per pupil, I haven't got to that.
I know, but play structure per pupil is, we've got 631 kids comparing two not very large play
Well-
structures all across the stop.
I think that goes into this one right here, which are all of the people.
But then it should be play structure.
Not to go whenever out there, it might actually be by also for capacity, right? Because there's some campuses that are, they're capacity for people numbers. Right, like.
I mean, I think it's one of the areas where book village.
So we can do garden space, and this is the living classroom square footage. They do. But size of them, and then parity of how quality of them, ADA access, I think that becomes more qualitative.
Do they have?
Right. All of them do have everything. Natural play areas, right? So we can, whether or not the teachers want to use them, we can definitely say that these are natural play areas that sort of exist in a particular campus. I'm just talking about square footage.
I think it's gotta be, it's actually used. Because the, so let me explain a little bit better. When the Parks and Recreation does a park with natural play, they do things taking into mind safety considerations, like falls from certain heights and all of the codes that they have. I'm sorry, I'm really distracted. All of the all the codes they have to meet, all of the stuff they have to do with the play structures, they take into consideration when you natural play within a park setting. What you have in the straw is stumps donated by parents, put randomly around. So teachers feel like it's unsafe to let kids play there because it's not actually that safe to let kids play there.
Right.
So does that actually count as a natural play area? I don't really know because it wasn't actually designed to be a natural play area. You need all the code specifications that children typically use it for.
Right. And at the same time, if the teacher from Mount Loma says they're not going to use a specific area because it's accessible to the public at all times.
Different.
So do you want to quantify that it is defined by the school? Like that's, or do you not want to measure it at all? All I'm trying to say is like, whether, I don't think that this metric is about whether or not people are utilizing it. It's really just about, from a natural play area, what is accessible to every student on the campus. And then I think there's a different conversation about whether or not the grass is used, whether or not there's sight of line, any of these other types of things.
Right now, nobody natural play is designed, that design meets code compliance for everyone. Nobody. Landos put in some volunteer logs and stuff. The straw put in some volunteers. But like nobody knows.
It's just not used.
What is that?
It's in the middle of the campus.
That area, but it's not. Can you describe what it, to code, like natural play area would be? I can show you all kinds of photos on this. I like the natural play areas that I. So, yeah, I don't think they're any index. I think they're, we would really like to have like that.
Okay, so we can bring both of those back when we talk about the individual school site. But you could say, or you should be talking about what the natural play areas are, and then there could be a nice discourse about whether or not it's useful.
Great.
All right. Model equity scores here per pupil, per pupil, per pupil. Most of it's being so play structures, treating acreage, coverage, shade, square feet, access to open space, lawn area, square feet. So some of this we already have. It's just a matter of dividing it by the average student attendance. Are y'all okay with that?
I had this question before, but also, we only work by per pupil, not by capacity. Would that score that as campus that's only, if you look at Montezuma, right, that third capacity, wouldn't that kind of score one day that campus is full, would all of a sudden fall into an inevitable situation of underinvestment?
So Gene is actually,
Change enrollment numbers?
Gene actually created a score for us, which is took the maximum capacity of the school. Then he subtracted all the programs out. And then he created what is the actual usable, like the realistic capacity of all schools, which gives you Monteloma's actual capacity 700, which usable capacity, usable.
Actually, and I think you did it in the beginning.
One of us did. But so we can take that and we can use that as a metric if you want. And then that way it stays constant. Unless we remove a program out.
Here's the only thing I'm concerned about. So right now, so I think we can assume Stevenson's always going to be at its capacity, whatever we said it's at. So it's, Bug is 335, Denai is 397. There's no construction or job. Randall's is only 350.
It will actually bring all the schools together. If you take the maximum usage capacity of the school site, and then you assume, like, this is, and how much green space or something else exists, you said it's full of capacity. All these scores are going to get inflated, versus if you can inflate the score, if you just take its current capacity for monoloma per students per trees, it's going to be a lot higher because it only has 200.
I guess I'm very concerned about them.
How about we do this? You can do it by, divided by both. You do it by its current, and we can do it by its maximum.
So we can see that.
Are these students included in the population? And, yeah, and you notice young, early that it's, if we build more greenery, we'll like, we build wooded space, will there stop be allowed to keep their kids out there? The way they run the procedure would actually be used by them.
Right now, the preschool, so there was a big bubble a few years ago. It's a preschool site with them. Gary Kemper had been wanting, but now there's very little out. And they have been advocating for a place plus to the kids. And so fence posts for these real end, but the parents that can tell us because it's kind of not that's what I saw. So it's a really impacted site. No preschool civil inspection.
But if the internal campus wing is fenced, is that not sufficient for early childhood educators to keep kids out?
They want for
For
their
their
own
own place.
and
So any
because
greenery routines won't have to.
sometimes it's like for younger grades you need to have like that area. Like the kinder clubs.
I do want to point out, like there was a 50 captain all the time. Bearcroft has the exact same issue. They do not have, they have one small dedicated preschool area that is about the same size as it is at Lakeland. And if they have access to the full space, they have actually more preschool classes at Bearcroft than they do at Castro.
Is it green? Because the Castro one is, it's in between the walls. It's got a black surface.
Theirs actually isn't green.
It's, the Castro one isn't green.
Neither one is, right? So but what we would do is, we wouldn't break it out. If you want, we can add a preschool population, but that's in flux. We don't really know. What we do is the total enrollment and versus the potential.
Is there a way we can get, I mean, even I know that this came, maybe changing where they're at, moves around, but these can also be one of the most vulnerable students in space benefit the most, right? So like, is some way we measure like whether RTK in preschool can access to, like, if they're not using the wider campus, isn't it important for us to know what they have access to?
I would treat preschool separately. One of the challenges at Latham is that when you are at the wrong set for preschool, you're just going to be chasing your tail trying to make it work. And putting preschool next to an elementary school, large Lakeville, it's just a recipe for this. You know, literally they want a fence like 20 feet high because they have balls flying into it. You know, little 2 to 3 year olds. So, in like, there's the old little complex here is perfect because you do need a segregated area because developmentally a 2, 3, and 4 year old has nothing in common with like 10, 11 year old. It's really not that to be a protected, supervised, any program. So Lakeland's tough to try to measure and try to make it work.
Social regulation spaces. You can find out just whether or not they have one, or quantitative, qualitative, much bigger. Yeah, social, so it is that, sorry, social motivation space, calm spaces.
You know, I mean, what I would also suggest that you kind of develop, you, every site is going to be zero sum built into the area. And in that use area, you're going to need so much play fields, playground. And then you're going to have probably, you're not going to be able to create all kinds of spaces for all kinds of people. You're probably going to have every site can have a different amount of capacity for what I would call like flex use, and let the site determine whether it's a natural habitat, or whether it's a play area, or whether it's therapeutic sensory space. But you're probably not going to know about all of those at every site.
Right, well, I
Yeah.
also think that, yes, I was thinking something similar. I think we have parents at many school sites who are very passionate about working with kids and creating those certain spaces where, yes, we can provide that flexibility, right? Like,
Yes, so you guys have this much space. You don't need any other purpose.
Right.
And here's one of us 5 or 6 different ways you can work with the design team to create specific for your community, and just designate that area for like flex use and design.
like the way Straw has created those
Yeah, that's already.
spaces. Although the little caveat to that is that maybe the material, because there's certain parent purchase. Like, yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
But it's local, like local control.
It's a teacher.
Yeah.
She never retires. So, you know, I do actually, it's second tier, but we need district push behind those things, if not justify.
You know, we recognize that the schools have lives, long past our involvement, your involvement, current staff involvement, principal, be there. And, one of the lessons learned at the experience of training, understanding that what we are designing needs flexible, and needs not just, pick off this objective. I mean, sometimes it a very specific or very specific purpose, but most of what we envision, that schools work on are spaces that over time, for that time is measured for day, course of school year, or course of 1 year, just can flex different uses that the students, teachers, staff, envision their needs. So, creating a more aspiration this gap, allowing us as designers to create and provide spaces that meet as many of them possibly, it's probably the best way to take advantage of our expertise and not, cripple yourselves with, oh, this is more important, this is more important, and, allow us to meet as many of them as possible within the budgets that you have available, which are limited, so I think the idea of creating new playgrounds, often, but allows people, but, like this, that's just one thing. So it doesn't have to be either or across the board. We are trying to vision all this new scale, intimacy. The one community wants to be a group that wants to be people that want to put on it, as a little show at recess, or show to their friends, or show in their class play, all those experiences. We are trying to program all of them. And, I encourage you to be as hopeful with the list as possible.
All of those
Well, so what we can do is revise the index and score it and bring it back. And I think that's a great time to exact for you to identify what are the objectives you want to accomplish and allow teams or finding ways. last item, just real quick, and then obviously we're getting close to time, so you have to extend. I know Bill went and talked a little bit about the process. Yes, I'll honor that also. The last one that you have is about campus entry point. In terms of how to assess the aesthetics or spectrum. So, you know, think about the point of your school is a lot less greenery in the front. Including Mont's Lumber, which just went through the vision, because getting parents in and out of the school was the most important aspect, which clearly had an impact on the amount of greenery that was there, versus the Nando's, actually Bud and Mine have more green. Big Bud has the most. Nando's actually doesn't have as much front. So do you want that also to be a metric, just so that it gives you a way to quantitatively assess the entryway of the school? We could do it sort of maybe soft skin.
And it was really kind of the campus to just, I don't know if I'd be treating them things. I'd like the idea of kind of saying that they're that no problem. But I think for me, like the shape structure of the and those are the things I want to do. And then overall, I want to treat them. So
Another we were looking at also ensure that all of the proper hardware and function, like function, right by the office with the best that. Yeah, so part of it too, we're looking at is like safety around space.
So we can use it as a objective. If you don't want to try to quantify it, say one of the objectives you have, make it big. Just make sure that the curvature is really high all over school. And so as they look at what are all the objectives and what's really feasible, they'll be able to tell you, like, here are the things we do that will help. Like, you know, school like Stevenson, unless you move all of the cars out of the front lot and change the passageway and plant grass, like, unless you do that, there's not much you can do in that space. You can't add trees, you can put benches there, and those are cheaper options than tearing up blacktop, concrete, planting new grass, and all that.
They want it. The whole board wants it. I personally have like zero interest. Like other than on green index, on student facing, like so like worst thing like
I'm saying it could be an objective and you can see what's
what should it be an objective? Like is there a majority of the board that wants the character field part of the green index? Tier one, if we're talking about like effective tier first tier, it should be a first tier character field.
I don't want somebody's grandmother passing out in front of school. Like, I don't even understand how hot it is. It's, you know, 30 minutes. People start lining up really early to start with cities. Cities, not enough cities to do them. And it's, I think it's actually good.
I also think too, it's not, I mean, I don't know what the right word is, but, you know, the parents and their kids, they want to come to a school and it looks nice, something that looks intentional. It looks like somebody cares about the place. You know, however you know, whatever components go into that, you want to feel proud. Hey, I'm coming to a pretty neat place here that we all care about.
Rely on our duty to do is to provide you guys with a toolkit. You know, there's a lot of area. These are the tools available to you. In a confined area, you're starting to think about green walls and hedges, things that'll kind of naturally cool space, you know, other kind of shade devices, whether it be landscaping, organic or man-made, that'll, you know, create a thermal environment for, you know, people to wait. But there's probably a variety of strategies to address it. But if you as a board articulate, that's an objective we want to.
Question, does the board need to articulate like sustainable goal for it to be sustainable? Because like there are a lot of campuses across California that are beautiful because there's a lot of water and there's a lot of like a lot. So like, is that just assume that anything we do on curb appeal will not be like actually environmental health? Doesn't be pretty.
There's outdoor water standards that will have to meet regardless, just by state regulations. And so generally speaking, all of the.
Are we 100% reusable landscape? We all landscape water, like any water we
No.
use in our district, is it all like reclaimed water?
We don't have any,
Potable water.
yeah, we don't have any gray water.
So
Okay.
Yeah, because I think we talked to Greystone West about that. And because there's no, you would have to create a dual system for recycled water. You essentially would need to create the collection system, the treatment system, storage system, and distribution
There's
system.
no, there are no schools, or US that are aware of that. Rainwater,
in my
we'll do like citywide, purple pipe water systems are available, but those are through city infrastructure that you would have to.
But you have to create a dual
So,
system.
so every greenery we do, we're using fresh water to.
Because tree roots aren't like the base of the tree, they spread throughout the lawn. So if you stop watering the grass, the trees are gonna branches drop and all these places fall. If you saw all over a bunch of people every spring, but we still meeting 15 minutes and then we need to get stuff. Is there a motion?
Make a motion that we extend our meeting until 10:15.
Can you put that in the microphone, Blakely?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. On a motion made by trustee Berman and seconded by trustee Blakely, the board,
I'll vote aye. I will have to look at
Okay.
that for daycare reasons.
okay, the board voted unanimously to extend the meeting until 10:15 PM.
You can,
Trust-
you can make it, like, there are other things that we can do for water reclamation that could possibly help that do not require a massive capital improvement project, right? So you rain buckets.
Yeah.
We just went through a sizable amount of rain. We could have captured that and used that in lawn space, or not lawn, but for watering living classrooms and other spaces. And it was just an opportunity that was missed. But that opportunity comes every 9 months or so in California, so I'm sure we can get it by the next time.
Yeah, there's going to be an environmental trade-off between cool spaces with which the most effective thing for cool spaces is natural elements, is lawn, trees, shrubs, wilded areas, and water. And so, but then there's a trade-off with like air conditioning. It gets really messy.
But I think going back to the objectives part, you can put that as one of the objectives, that you want whatever the features are to be as sustainable as possible. And that can go into the actual design process.
Yeah, my question, so it'll probably go pretty quick. So we started greening Vargas,
Mhm.
from like zero.
Mhm.
Approximately, what's the cost of that project?
So,
It's real, no, it's real.
I mean, so the whole,
Tree replacement or the playground?
You know, sort of everything. I mean, that we did a lot. We did,
I want to say we're 800,000 is,
so not, so $1 million roughly.
We're grabbing the final numbers now.
Yeah, but then we had the field and all those others. Yeah.
But hasn't gone out to bid yet.
$1 million roughly. Yeah.
it's somewhere around the 800,000 mark, 800 total. And I want to say that we originally budgeted somewhere around 614,000.
And where's the funding then for greening the rest of the campuses coming from?
So all of the school sites were given an initial budget within Measure T for outdoor learning. So
Let's see, back,
that,
back then?
Well, so, yeah, part of it was savings, and then the other part of it was at that time, the board, remember, Measure T passes right when COVID happens. Right, so it passes, and then maybe a couple weeks later, COVID happens, and then I think we had one meeting in here, and then we went completely to remote. And it was like we opened and then we shut down immediately. And so the board at the time reprioritized outdoor learning as the approach that they wanted, because it was like, how do we get our kids on campus? And then that outdoor learning evolved again because, I actually think it was Trustee Chain that brought up, like, it doesn't make any sense at this point that we're focused so much on outdoor learning when we're now back indoors. And we have all these other practices that sort of help COVID for mitigation factors. And so that turned into greening. And so each school site has a budget that was originally allocated for outdoor learning. And that goes over here. And then we do have some contingency funding that could possibly be utilized also, but there are some second tier projects. And so the idea here is that we will go through, you have sort of an index, we'll come back, we'll assess it, and then we'll have to have a conversation about, so what is it that we really want to do? Because there's still some money left over. We finished pretty much all of the tier 1 projects. We now have tier 2 projects. And at this point, the board can prioritize. You can go tier 2, you can go some other place. You can also put more money into here. So you can shift, you can move stuff around with the remaining funds that exist in Measure T.
But it takes the supermajority, right?
In this case, because the supermajority would be to reopen tier 1 projects. So we will be moving into tier 2 projects, and the board never prioritized those. They only prioritized the tier 1. So you're technically in good space. You did, but that budget is still finite. If you want to add to it, this would be the time that you can add to it. So these are technically still tier 1 because it deals around efficiency, safety, and some, I forget what the other one was. Right, but what you didn't vote for was you still have money left over. So you could say, I think maybe this is where you were headed. If Vargas costs $1 million or 800,000 and we've only allocated 300,000 for Landos, do we need to add more funds to it? You will have the opportunity to add more. But as it stands right now, the budgets for greening are sort of set from the original priority. So I'm not saying that this won't happen. It's just how much you can do could possibly change if you decide to reallocate more funds that are out there for tier 2 projects or any other projects you want.
Yes, another question about funding too. is one of the things that had the district pull back from other greening projects on campuses was the anticipated sort of long-term cost of maintenance, care, things like that. And maybe that's changed now because with the new the JUA that will be taking, the district will be taking over maintenance of the fields. So I guess, have you accounted for the additional ongoing costs of hiring staff primarily?
So I think out here outside this building is a good example. We have sort of an area that is sort of a natural landscape, more indigenous to California. What we need to do more education on is that we trim them as if they are like the grass gets trimmed in a way as if it was a bush, when you're really supposed to just allow it to grow and let it do its sort of thing. And so I think that's where the opportunity of growth comes for our MOT team. I actually don't think that they would care as much that they didn't have to come out here every other week to sort of turn it into these little pretty balls. I think they're designed to grow a little bit more naturally, similar to the natural land, the fencing scape that's all the way at the end of this of the district office building, where it originally is a vine, and that vine originally has some drip water, but it's now grown and is full blown and it actually provides a nice covered area. That's more what the intent was. We just don't do that on this. So I think we can definitely deal with it. We just have to, they've been really good about educating us on like, no, you're not supposed to do these things. So this type of,
And you see
landscape.
a lot of that too. I mean, things look great when they're first planted and put in, and then a few years later, it just sort of looks sloppy, right? And,
Dr. Roth, so what parts of our landscaping under our new JUA are city responsibility? And when we do these projects, will we also have like projected upkeep numbers under the current, because now that we are taking care of all our trees, what else are we, like what greenery going forward is city and what greenery going forward maintenance is ours?
so the city, under the joint use agreement, the city cuts and fertilizes and maintains the fields and any of the field spaces. So they will gravel or, sort of make sure the gravel on the baseball fields are taken care of. They will fertilize the grass. They will cut the grass. Technically, we water the grass, so we make sure they will maintain the irrigation systems for the actual fields, and then they do the field maintenance outside of that. And then that's really as far as it goes. It's only the
When
use.
tree plans are brought back to us, is it within the scope of Carducci to be able to provide us like estimated maintenance numbers? So when we look at a project, we know what our ongoing operational bills would be for what we do to our campuses?
That's way my head, so.
I think I can work with Carducci to figure out what it would cost us. I don't think Carducci wouldn't have access to it.
Okay. Because we wouldn't want, like what Trustee Lambert said, if we build something nice and weren't able to upkeep it for budget reasons or something, that'd be a loss of public resources.
It's the good old mural problem. School sites put murals up, and then those murals live their own life. And your maintenance team decides they're never going to touch it because it's somebody did the mural. And what ends up happening is, if we used to call it CMS white. The right way to do this is a school district chooses a color and then they buy it in bulk and they paint. And so these are the types of things that we'll try to avoid so that there's some cost efficiencies, but there are going to be some areas where there aren't going to be cost efficiencies.
There is a dead tree on the Castro campus that it passed a year or two ago, and I remember calling you about it. And it got cut down, and it's been over a year, and there's still a stump with an orange cone on it in the middle of the blacktop.
So we've been waiting for the greening to get approved so that we can just grind that sucker out. Yes, it is. It got a big target on it. I can.
One of the first things we saw in Castro, we're like,
okay, couple more questions.
Yep.
Sounds like what the strategy now is to decide on what the plan is, what we're going to do, and then roll this out on all the rest of the campuses simultaneously. So going back to one of your Carducci slides where they talked about going into uncharted territory, maybe that was your slide.
Mhm.
Is it possible, would it make sense to sort of incrementally go out and do this so that we learn what happens at Vargas, what worked, what doesn't,
Mhm.
what will we have done better, and use it as a learning process rather than just.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so the original design actually calls for this to occur in multiple phases. So there's a second round. So Vargas was the first, and then there's a second round of schools that will come, and then there's a third round of schools that will come. So you can prioritize the schools in any which way you want. And I think the greening index will allow you to say, like, this really is a priority versus this one, and sort of tier them. It doesn't mean that you won't do it, but it means it's a great opportunity to learn. And then we can do action after reviews with the team to see what did we learn about what worked and what didn't work.
Trustee Lambert, if I may, the only danger is that if we wait too long, things get so much more expensive.
Got it. Yeah. But fools rush in also, but it goes different ways. And sort of comes to my next question too, which is a tricky one. You know, we were just here a year ago, maybe 2 years ago, talking about doubling the size of Montaloma campus, and the city was going to put in, you know, we have 800 kids there. Now, 2 years later, everything has completely changed. It's hard, makes it really hard to predict the future. So we're talking about doing some investments, and let's say just trees, right? That are going to take years to mature and to really, you know, provide the beauty and all the benefits we want. You know, and I'm not suggesting that, yeah, we don't go through some of these programs and some of the schools that might be impacted by the growth in Mountain View. That will happen. But we just don't know when. But it might be also wise to sort of try to think about where we're placing, where we're making the improvements, so that you know, we have some versatility and we don't having to, you know, chop down a beautiful oak tree, you know, after 10 years.
Yep. I think one of the benefits from the work that Gene has done, and looking at how we utilize our space, is that we can, you know, in the areas where we think that there's an opportunity, like, so the preschool that used to be at Graham is an opportunity for growth. And there's some things that we can do over there. But the likelihood of us ever moving the preschool back to Graham is next to none, which opens up this space, and Gene has already looked at. So here are your opportunities of growth. And so what we can do is we can, you know, working with Carducci, we can identify like these are areas that we want to always, sort of flexible areas that we want to leave open, so that if we have to come back and do something, we're not going to increase our costs because we just put a new building down and now we don't know what we're going to do with it because we need this space for a different purpose 10 years down the road. So I do think that that is possible, and there are clear areas that have been identified.
Yeah, that's good. It's worth thinking about, because I just really hate to, you know, tear down trees or anything like that, or,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah, I think in the big picture with the growth in East Wistman and Bayview, the district has assets to play with. It's going to get Slater back. It's got the German school site. It's got, you know, the site that they're negotiating with Google. So those are all assets that are in the areas where there's growth. So that's something that the district has to play with. Yep.
As well as this,
Yeah, I won't get
Sylvan
into
Park.
that, but I also, I mean, you know, I do see sometime in the future, who knows when, that we will need to expand our elementary school campuses that we're going to be building on. Just think about it, that's all.
All right. Well, are those all of the comments from trustees at this moment? Okay. Thank you to everyone who joined us tonight on this exercise. We will move on to item 3A, future board meeting dates. We will be meeting on January 25th to talk about our iReady Diagnostic 2 assessment data overview. February 8th, we're going to look at the LCAP mid-year update. And February 29th, we'll talk about our environmental sustainability plan again.
I have a question. I've got hold February 3rd and February 10th for possible retreat. Also this Saturday, are we having a retreat on February 3rd or February 10th?
February 3rd
We haven't set the retreat date yet.
February 3rd is Sunday, right?
I had both, so I'm just trying to.
So I think all of those holds were put on before I came on as board president,
Right.
and Dr. Rudolph and I have not discussed yet. I see the 10th, and I don't see one on the 3rd. I just see one on the 10th.
Okay, I will release the 3rd. Thank you.
Yeah, I have it held 10th.
Okay, so I think we should probably plan for the 10th then, Dr. Rudolph. That sounds good.
Thank you. It is. My calendar tells me that too.
Maybe we'll go out and celebrate afterwards. On that note, at 10:06 p.m. This meeting of the Mountain View Wisdom School Board is closed.